Okay, we are back. My mates who I did a group Ironman with in old school, they decided they wanted to jump in on this. So we're now playing a group Ironman, made a new character. I've mostly just caught up to where I was at. I think I'm a little further ahead in thieving. Quest-wise, I did the Rune Mysteries one and the two that I did on stream with the other character. I still haven't done Rune Memories, and I still haven't done whatever the fuck quest that is in there. And I did the Necromancy quest. So that's all stuff that I did on the hardcore, and now we're free to do whatever we want. I'll do Rune Memories off stream, because I've already done it, so I'm not learning anything new there. Same with that one. Unless I just feel like showing that quest to anyone. Let's have a look. What to do? Suppose we could start off with Lost in Marbles. This is what I got the 41 Thieving for. It has no combat. To get to 41 Thieving, I did a bunch of the vegetable stores, and I had a look around to see if there were like a few other cities. Because we got a few extra lodestones. I stole some cakes at Catherby. I did some pickpocketing of the warrior women. That was alright. And then finally did some Master Farmer. And no, before the Master Farmer, I did in the Thieves Guild. I found these doors that you can open, and they give like 210 XP each, and there's 3 of them. There's technically 6, but I can't do the other 6. But there was 3 doors, and they take forever to respawn. But I decided to try world hopping because I figured either this room was an instance and I could just leave and come back in, or maybe I try world hopping. And yeah, world hopping works. I could just do that, and I just world hopped for a bunch till like 38 essentially. No, till 35. Then that's when the other doors you're supposed to be able to unlock them, but it said I needed a lockpick. So I went looking for a lockpick in a few different places. I tried even whatchamacallit. I even went to the Rogue's fucking the Rogue's Castle or whatever it is in the wilderness. I don't know if the wilderness is player versus player anymore or not in this, but Rogue's Castle. I went there because I know in old school the rogues you can pickpocket them for lockpicks. But I did that for a little bit on the level 9 ones because I couldn't pickpocket the others, and they didn't seem to give me anything other than coins. So I stopped that. I went and checked the Rogue's Den, which is also an old school RuneScape thing, because you can buy a lockpick from, they moved it, it's here. You can buy a lockpick in there, but then I was able to enter, but you can't use the shop until 50. So that defeated the purpose of why I wanted the lockpick, to level up to like 41. So I couldn't do that. I think I also went over and checked the merchant here, Razlo or Rallo, whatever his name is. And he had some similar stuff to what he has in old school, but no lockpicks, which I don't think he did in RuneScape in old school, but I was running out of ideas. So yeah, I ended up giving up on the idea and just went back to doing the 3 doors till 38. And then from 38 to 41, I did the Master Farmers, and I got some seeds. Yeah, that's where we're at now. I'm gonna have a look at this. Let's set this to active. So I wanted to wait till stream to be able to do this quest. So let's go do it now. Also tried out a bunch of necromancy stuff, so that's been pretty cool. It's nice that I figured out with the bars, I figured out a setting where you can actually make it so it queues up abilities instead of just having them in the revolution. So even while these are being used, I can hit like Conjure Skeleton or Finger of Death, and then that'll be the next ability that I can use. So that was good too. Let's talk to him. He's going to be about a caper, I guess. Oh shit, I should be reading this because I haven't done this. Can I borrow you for a moment? I've got some work in dire need of a hero, and you're the best agent I have to take it on. What needs doing, Guildmaster? Have you heard of Draenei Silverborn. Nope. Draenei is, or rather was, a mage of repute. Fond of fire, don't you know? Very fond. Cool story. Anyway, what most people know about her is that she created a solitaire set with pieces made of entrapped and solidified elemental fire. Interesting. Very valuable stuff it is, like the very heart of a pristine jewel all over, and full of magical energy to them as know how to harness it. Okay. That's besides the point though. Which is that some days ago you got something very wrong. Wrong how? We can't ask her that. They've only found her hat so far. Seems the explosion she caused scattered her laboratory over half of Ulanor, including these fragments of flame. Oh no, do I have to run around the place looking for these things? And you want them. By now, I imagine people have stumbled across them here and there. We need them purloined before they realize what they have done. Oh, what they have. Found a buyer who wants octets of them. Octets. They can be anywhere. Oh, unless this is what that fencing thing's for. Yes, there may be a certain amount of luck involved. Check pockets wherever you can. If you find any, we'll pay handsomely in further training and pecuniary. I don't know what that word is. Pecuniary considerations. How many does the buyer want? 32. Didn't think any one group would have more than 6, though. Tell you what. Have a word with Robin. He'll know where to start looking. Okay. Even without Robin, you can kind of probably figure it out a little, right? Like, requires 41. So, possibly from the fish. Oh, no. Under God, I hope not. Maybe from a guard. And, like, a bunch of different common things below that. But we'll use him anyway. Oh, Rising Star. Oh, how sweet. Now, what can I do for you? Yeah, that's an appropriate name, buddy. Wait. Oh. I thought he was talking about my name. I thought we were talking about me being the Rising Star. The Guild Master mentioned that you have an idea who might have found these flame fragments. Some idea. There was a shower of them around Lumbridge, so any man or woman may have stumbled across them. For that matter, those ham maniacs to the east might have 1 or 2 or 6 stashed away. Okay. Surprised if none had landed in a field. We might check with various farmers. Okay. I suspect if any guards have found one lying around, they won't have told anyone. Yep. Same over the river in Alcarid. That'll be the Alcarid warriors. That's like, I think that'll be Alcarid warriors. Like, they're the same level as the warrior women, right? Oh, and there's a group of rogues in a castle deep in the wilderness. See what a few pockets can turn up. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do that first. Get it over and done with. No idea if I've doxed what world I'm in or not, or if anyone cares, or if it's even PvP. But we'll head there anyway. Alright, let's just bank everything. Let's grab some bread. I didn't seem to need that much when I went. Why did I not bank everything? Did I not hit that? Alright. Out of bread. Wait, as soon as I find where. I didn't grab the fucking lodestone. Fuck it, let's just go for Marty. Oh, hello, Mr. Farmer. Yes, let's change that setting. Good, it didn't show my world there. Combat level, right. Yeah, so with the GIM thing, I think the boys are also gonna. So it's a group of 3. We played like till late game in old school, so we got Paul, and that was their first RuneScape like proper experience. Whereas I'd played a shit ton beforehand, but this we're all new to, pretty much. But I think they're also going to be going guideless, but we will be able to help each other. So no wiki or anything. But like I know, for example, one of them looked at the tasks for the necromancy place, and then they told me to look it up as well. Like I looked in I forgot where it is. I think it's like activity advisor or some shit. And yeah, it shows the rewards there. So it looks like a lot of the information you can get is in-game anyway, which is good. And I say that now, just knowing that I'm going to run into something that's just weird. Also, what the fuck is an Abyss of Savage? That's new. I was just about to highlight that there was I saw the Chaos Elemental, and it is way different in this. It looks way different. It's no longer a spaghetti monster. Yeah, there he is. He's not a spaghetti monster anymore. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Yeah, fuck. Oh my god, they even did the SpongeBob fucking lettering. Now, when I did this yesterday, when I failed, they attacked me. Yo, those look sick in this. So what I want to do, I'm actually going around this way. There's a back door here with some stairs, and it seemed like the different levels were fine. Spam click to make it faster. I just realized I have all my cash on me. All right, there's a fragment. There's another fragment. All right, we're on a roll. So I need 6. Right, because they gave me like... what? They said that was 32, didn't they? 6 doesn't divide into 32. What? I mean, 32 doesn't divide into 6. Am I being scammed? Upstairs! I don't think anything up here... Like, they all got a... Like, I don't know, they got like a little symbol above the head when I failed up here. But they didn't, like, all seem to attack me. God, it'd be so nice if I just managed to get, like, a lockpick now. But I was here for quite a bit last night and I didn't get anything. Oh, soul fragment. Alright, 2 more. I'm guessing it caps out at 6. Yeah, so, yeah, they didn't attack me. It's just the bottom floor that seems to attack. Well, unless he's coming to fuck me up. Alright, so now we go up to here. He did the same thing. Rogue Captain, Rogue. Yeah, I wonder if the other rogues, like the higher tier ones, can give a lockpick. I think that's like 60 or something, 60 something for that one. And then the other one was like way higher, like 92 or some shit, I think. When I tried to pickpocket them. Alright, let's go back around here. Where is he? Alright, he's over there. I wonder if that symbol is something to do with them, like aggressiveness, or is it just their alert, or is it specific to just this place? Like, I have no idea. These aggressive? Everything in the wilderness is... No. Oh, interesting. Everything in the wilderness is aggressive on whatchamacallit. On old school. The rogues on the ground floor have forgotten about your actions. That is one thing. This game does have a lot of text in the chat box for information, even unfiltered, which is good. Again, I have no idea if this is actually PvP area or not still. How to cut through it. Okay. But I'm kind of banking on the fact that no one plays this game anymore. Which I'm sure some RNCA 3 players are not going to like me saying, but I mean that's kind of the perspective from a old school player. But apparently they just released their roadmap. I haven't looked at it. I think one of my group mates looked at it. Because he told me that apparently they're doing like a rebalance for the early game. And we've joined early. Oops. Alright, let's go to the farmers. There's guards here too, right? Unless I have to specifically do the... Did it say what specific guards I have to go to? Because it said the men in Lumbridge, right? And so the ham members, which are only in one spot anyway, as far as I'm aware. But it didn't... Did it say? Had to be Varrock or anything? I guess we can find out. I would love it if this text didn't stay up for so long. Oh, well, that answers that. Look. Oh, do they have actual... No, they don't have names. Does it actually say, examine... Taken from... Okay, yeah. So I assume from a game standpoint, like from the code base, these will be different items with different item IDs, which is why they have a different examine text and why they don't stack. Oh, after I do this gun, I might actually get my equipment back on. Because that gives me, like, bonus health for some reason. Like, it says something on it about, extra hit points. I don't know, it's kind of strange to me. I don't know if that, like, becomes a lot more relevant late game or something. But it is interesting. Because, like, in old school, a lot of it's more about damage prevention. But for all I know the prayers in this, 50% reduction instead of full reduction. So it could be that, like, this is more, can be a more attrition-based, I guess. These are the highest level ones that I can pickpocket. Maybe these are the ones that only give me 4. It said 32. So these are level 40 pickpocketing. All the others are lower level than that. It doesn't say anything about it. And apparently this is a mini quest, so it doesn't actually give any additional journal stuff. Well, guards are everywhere, so we'll come back to this. Maybe it's fine. Like, maybe it is this one that we just do 4. But we'll come back to them. I don't know why it puts away the Slayer log thing. That's kind of... Unless you can actually lose it. I don't know why it's even an item, to be honest. Unless there's like a bunch of different items that you can equip in the pocket slot. Was that everything? Yes. Alright. Armors. Also, I went to this place like very briefly. I didn't check anything here, but it said it was winter or some shit when I went in. So this whole area is new. Like, this whole area is different. I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. But I'm excited to find out. Like, I'm wondering if it's like... If, like, RuneScape 3 doesn't have Turend or whatever, where we have, like, Tithe Farm and everything. Is this kind of, like, their version of things? Which would be kind of cool. Not Master Farmer. Oh. Where are you, buddy? I think the cat just attacked the dog. BB, come here. Come on, Bubby. You alright? You okay? Yeah, I could hear. Hello. You okay? The dog's still a puppy and she doesn't understand that she's like 3 times the size of the cat. Well, not 3 times, but she's like as big as the cat. But she's also always asking for trouble. Like, she's already just gone back to the lounge room and just sniffing around looking for the cat to try and get closer to it. But the thing is, the puppy's like a little under 4 months old. Maybe she is 4 months now. But the cat is like 14 or older or something, probably older. So she's like, she's not interested in making friends. She's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Actually, thinking about it with the guard thing, yes, it makes sense that they would have less because they are the highest level, but out of all the ones that you pickpocket. But you'd also think you'd get less from the rogues because they're in the wilderness. So maybe the guards do 6. I'm still going to do them last just because they're going to be the most annoying to pickpocket, and I can find guards anywhere, right? Like, now that I've done this, I can go to, like, El Kharid or back to Lumbridge, which might as well do Lumbridge. Oh, that's another place I checked when I was looking for a lockpick, was Shanty Pass. And I actually went into the desert and had a look around there to see if I could get into Sophanim and whatnot without any quests and Menethos. And I couldn't get in there. I also spent like 3K on fucking the carpet rides, which made me a little sad. All my hard-earned super cow money down the drain. Alright, pickpocket. Really? You're level 1 pickpocket. Alright, cool. So what else was there? There was the El Kharid warrior and salutations. I wasn't just in your pockets. My guy was trying to cop a feel. Was that 6? No, it's fine. Greetings! I've actually forgotten what the other one was. Alright, you can stop. Get out of it, Punk. I know you're enjoying it, but get out of it, Punk. You're enjoying it a little too much. Alright, let's go to El Kharid. Yeah, because we're going to have 5 sets of 6. I'm a little confused. Who was the other one? Am I tripping? Oh, ham members. Alright, before we do this, let's get the lodestone. Where the fuck is the lode? Oh, there. El Kharid looks so much cooler. So much. Hello, Mr. Warrior. Aren't these actually the same level as the warrior women? Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, so they just count as warriors. That's right, so... Alright. So pickpocket warrior. It could be the warrior woman, or it could be these guys. But for the quest, they said Al Kharid. Alright. So we do this, then we go to the ham members. The ham members give a lockpick? I don't think so. And it's so interesting, like, what knowledge will translate over from old school and what is just, like, completely replaced. Like, part of the reason I wanted to do this with no guides and wiki or anything is, like, you don't get to experience this. Like, I was watching Mad Season Show do old school RuneScape for the first time because he's never played any RuneScape. And it's like the only way you can kind of vicariously, well, the only way you can experience again, it is vicariously. Whereas this, yes, there's so much that I already will probably know because of old school and because I played prior to EOC and all that. But there's also still so much to learn because there's so much. I mean, like, again, they had what? I did dungeoneering back in the day and I did summoning back in the day. But not like to completion or anything. 1, 2, 4 skills. And I have no idea about them. And there's like so many quests. And like even back then, I was always a dialogue skipper. I actually hate quests, but doing some of the voice acted ones in this does make me want to try them more. And I've heard people say that the only game that does quests better than old school is RuneScape 3. And I'm kind of curious about that because I could see the potential for sure. All right, one more, come on. Oh my god. Oh, Jimmy, fuck off. Leave her alone. You alright, baby? Baby. Okay. King cat. Jimmy, pick off. Alone. Apparently the dog was just coming inside. She didn't even do anything. You okay, puppy? You okay? Hello. Snack? No, you can have one snack, not the whole thing. Good go. Just tried taking the whole packet of snacks. Good go. Okay, that was 6. Cool. Oh yeah, and the reason, so I actually just got a message from one of my GIM mates as well, about whether I was going to play the hardcore on stream or the GIM. And I figure I'm going to play the GIM instead of the hardcore because if I play the hardcore on stream as well, because I want everything to be like a first experience kind of thing, it means that I wouldn't be able to do things on the GIM until I've done it on the hardcore. So I could experience the hardcore side on stream first. But that just seems like a roundabout way for me to pay an extra $20 for Jagex. To be frank. But like, or I could just play the GIM. And the GIM on old school is like the most fun I've had on RuneScape in ever, really. Like, love old school. And I love the group Iron Man experience. It's so much fun. Yeah, why not just do it this way? Alright, so here's the entrance. At least this is where the entrance is in the other game. I'll pick. Does this one happen fast? Yeah, this does happen fast if I do it. Come on. They're both actually, the accounts they've got on the GIMs are actually our old school RuneScape GIM ones, but I actually wanted to keep that for AFKing on. Like I'm chopping wood at the moment. Going for 99 wood cutting. Hello, weirdos. Oh no, they talk too fast. No. Ooh, you're trapped. No, get back in there. Get it? Yeah, go in that one. Go in that one. Bro, I'm like a prisoner trying to catch some booty off another prisoner. Oh, for fuck's sake, already. I forgot how this works. Like, even on old school. Is it that you are... the more clothing you wear, does that mean you're just less likely to get, like, more ham clothing? You're just less likely to get caught in general? Or is it you're less likely to get thrown out? Oh my god. Bruh. Oh my god. Oh, screw it. I might as well pickpocket here, I guess. More spiky. I don't know what this salvage stuff does. I've gotten a bunch off of other things as well. Alright, there's that. If I can pick up some hand clothing on the way, that'd be nice. Although I don't... No, you can get it before you do the quest, but I think when you're doing the quest, it like significantly ups the rate at which you can get them. Ah! That answers that. Oh, there I go. Bundled out of the ham camp. Oh, no. What? Okay, but wearing the ham stuff is going to lower my health. Polish the button. But they aren't improved in the process. Oh, okay, well, fuck you. God, I wish this game had menu entry solver. I'm probably gonna get like 1,000 hours in before I even figure out that it does. Like, it doesn't even seem to have like a shift or control click alternative. Which is really weird. Oh my god, this door is impenetrable. Jimmy, fuck off, mate. I am trying. But I shouldn't say that too loud. People are going to think I'm talking about the cat. Oh my god. That took forever. A leather body, okay. Oh, we take that. Maybe that's useful. Yeah. Okay, I have a full inventory. Let's eat some bread. Let's drop some thread. I can get that off. I can get all that shit. I don't know what that is, so I'll just keep it. Camera's not stackable. Probably for good reason, but... Might be like if I, like, bars were stackable or something. Kind of busted for smithing. This is getting my precision up, I guess. Nope, 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 nope. Stops people getting out. Oh. Can you not? I say getting my precision up, then I just completely misclick. I don't know how Bodhi does this shit. Like, he's so accurate with it. Oh my god, this door is insane. Didn't I only get like 30 XP or something from it? The ones in the Thieves Guild gave me 210, and they were easier than this. Although I did have a thing when I was world hopping, I'm like, occasionally the first door that I opened would not give me XP, and I was like, that's kind of weird. So I assumed it was maybe something like a bug where the game hadn't registered that I was trying to do things yet. Turned out that was only whenever I was inside the door first. So I wasn't picking the lock, I was just opening the door from the inside. Which is also weird because why is the door lock pickable from the outside to get into a prison cell, but not from the inside to the outside? That's literally the opposite goal. Oh my god, wait a minute. Did that say 4 or 40 for XP? God, I hope they throw me out next time instead. I swear it's going to be quicker. Fragment, let's go. Are we on 3? 4. Come on, we're almost done. Wait, that is 32, isn't it? What? 12, 24, 28, 32. Peace! I ain't staying for this shit. Fuck this place. We can drop that. And drop that. Probably gonna need buttons for something later, but that's fine. We know where to get them very easily. If this said 36 instead of 32, I'm gonna cry. Curious to what upgrades the Thieves Guild thingy's gonna have afterwards. Hopefully somewhere to buy some damn lockpicks. Where that? That in. Kill the imp. No bead. Yeah, my mate, he found out, yeah, like I said earlier, that he found out that doing the tasks for the necromancy one could be really good, because apparently it puts like the bones and ashes or something in the ritual thingy. Oh, where am I going? Brother. Right here. I had success tracking down... Oh, some success. What do you mean some success? The work Geogenesis. For Iron Man Genesis. No, that's the account that I swapped to. I'll say you get the standard fee and have a word with Robin for your cut of the recent proceeds. Small bonus for your effort. Okay. Yeah, we're talking. All right. Got word to split a chunk of our takings with you as a bonus, or yours. Fence it or use it as you wish. Now, what can I do for you? Right. Those logs. Mount this caper. Have a word with Darren. Okay. That's my 16th. Oh, okay. So I'm just handing them in stacks. Okay. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that shit is. Is this what fencing is, though? Is this just like you get an extra item from pickpocketing things, and then you just get extra loot from handing them in here? Oh, that was the last one. I should have read that, I think. Advanced pickpocketing or how to pick a rich dog. Now it's done. Wait, what? Improved loot from pickpocketing NPCs up to level 40 thieving. Okay. Look at that. Fucking chunk of XP. Plus 4,800 from turning in the flames. Access to dodgy dirty deals. Oh, please have a lockpick. Access to wall safes. Thieves Guild expansion. All right. Let's have a look. Please have lockpicks. All right, there's the thingy. Also, what level is the next part of the quest? The next, I think this is the last one. 62, 46. Oh, okay, I'm fucking ages off. Also have blackjacks from the feud. Okay, so it's the feud that you get. I was racking my brain trying to remember which quest it was. The blackjacking. All right. Please, buddy, please. Oh, here's a rewards. Is that for Hanky Panky? Gengar. Yeah, these to your... No. Okay. Rewards. What's rewards? Alpha points. Medium loot. Ooh. That never breaks can be added to your tool. Hello. Yo, is this dude sick? He looked yellow. Can I... I'll take a look. Alright. Oh, there's some saves. What's this room? Practice chest. Save. Trainer. They don't look like much. No, I trained thieves to open them. I want to hear more. But does this just give me hankies or does this give pilfer points? Yeah, tumblers clicking in the right place. Which you open more intricate safes. Your fingers will work out on my dummy wall safes. There's nothing in them. Okay. Maybe I should talk to that other dude about. Teach you how to... Oh, these are the intricate safes. Oh, there's the wall ones. Okay. So all I care about is the pilfer points. Bro, this dude is golden. Consume. How do I get pilfer points? I'm in a pickle. Let's just try cracking the wall safes. Can I spam click this to do it faster? No. Okay, these ones. Alright, so this is just hanky points. I don't care about the hanky points. That's just XP. But I can open these now with a lockpick. How much do these give per door? 280. Okay, so these are 210, these are 280. This is definitely my training method. Is open all of these, then hot bolts. How much is that in total? What? What's it? 490 per set. A little under 1500 XP per weld. What? 1440? Pretty fucking good. Pretty good. So, like, yeah. Alright, what else are we going to steal from now? Fish stalls, chests upstairs, pickpocket. What the fuck is that? Okay. Cave Goblin Wile. Alright. Head out, because I don't know. Wait, did you tell me anything about pilfer points? How's the guild coming along these days? Anything else I can do for you? Tell me about the pilfer points. Have to help again. Where are you? Why do y'all offer me this shit and you don't tell me how? Okay, cool. I just got tagged in something. Check that out later, though. I don't know if PP Song's here, but I'll have a look at that later, dude. But thank you for sending those. Maple logs. What the fuck was that? Old stone spirit. What is that shit? Okay. Now what do we do? That's our past. Okay, that's kind of funny. I'm not even in the world I thought I was in. When I went to the wilderness earlier, I thought I was in a different world. All right. What do we do? What do we do? What does agility even do in this now? Oh, it adds combat stuff. And I know it does the thieving for double loots and stuff. They added that way back in the day. Do we need another quest? Stolen Heart. This is voice acted. No requirements. Combat. 3 level 2 mercenaries. This replaced Prince Ali Rescue. Oh, okay. Medium to long. Let's try it. I'm not going to look at the required stuff because I'll figure that out as I go. That'll be more fun. Where the fuck do I go? Draenor. Let's go. Roseanne. No, sir. Not very voice.
Hey,
oh.
you. I know you, don't I?
All Arts is fully voice acted. Worst and features atmosphere and music, which you just turn on. I've got the sound on, mate.
Sure
We're good to go.
Never mind for now. My name's Ozan. Anyway, I'm glad you stopped by. I've got a bit of a situation here and I could use some help. An old friend of mine, Noom's his name, seems to have fallen in with a new gang setting up shop here in Draenor. When I saw him, he was acting all shifty. Wouldn't talk to me about it. I think he's in over his head. So, I need someone on the inside. I'm a bit too well known. Adventures with me tend to be a bit unpredictable. But I'm sure we'll have a few laughs along the way. What do you say?
I like the sound of it.
Right now,
Let's do this.
Noom is holed up in the cellar of this house next to us. Knock on the trapdoor, pose as a thug, and try to get yourself recruited. Then see what you can find out about Noom. Any questions? I knew him back when I was growing up in Al-Kharid. He was a palace guard, and I was a petty thief. But we were good friends. That is until I had to, leave. Then we lost touch.
I hate it when that happens, when you forced to leave.
Joining such a violent gang. But I'd like to help him out of it, like he used to help me. He's a good man at heart. They call themselves the Skulls, relatively new to the game. From what I hear, they're making a lot of waves, trying to make a name for themselves. They take jobs other more reputable outfits wouldn't touch with their blackjacks. I mean, I've got a bit of a shady past myself, but some of the things these guys do, it's just this cellar they're in is the gang's secret drinking den.
Okay.
Right now,
what do you want me to do again?
Noom is holed up in the cellar of this house next to us. Knock on the trapdoor, pose as a thug, and try to get yourself recruited. Then see what you can find out about Noom. Any...
This is already way more interesting than Prince Ali Rescue.
What do you want? Come on, I don't have all day.
Can I come in? Open up the name of the law. Let me in or I'll perk your ass.
Yeah, you seem all right.
Okay, that worked. What the fuck? Yeah, this place seems pretty cool. Skulls Mercenary. I can't even examine him. Okay. Oh, he's just a buck.
Stranger, welcome to the scullery. I take it you're here to join the skulls, not for the atmosphere. That is to say, you're surrounded by skulls. One
Might need to turn on the music so the dialogue sticks out more.
cut before you finish saying it. That clear?
One wrong one, you'll throw it away. I kind of want to fuck with him as a crystal.
Good. In which case, my new friend, you'll be wanting to pass my initiation. It's just a few theoretical situations you might find yourself in if you pass. And if you don't pass, well, use your imagination. Now that the formalities are out of the way,
I feel like this guy's more of a dick than the other dude was letting on.
you see a wealthy resident leaving Draenor Market laden with goods. They stop and ask for your help carrying their goods home. Suppositionally, what do?
Take the bags gave and carry their goods home in case the joint. Ooh, that's smarter. Make friends, get put into their will and collect. That takes forever.
Clever. You minimize risk and maximize loot. Okay, now for question 2.
I am a member of the Thieves Guild.
A fellow gang
I know what I'm
member
doing.
is wrongfully imprisoned. What method do you theoretically use to liberate them?
I'm just trying to put myself in a world where there's all this magic and shit. Faking their death seems a lot more appropriate, because you could surely use like a potion or some shit. Inciting prison riot just sounds fun though. Bigger time just always seems impractical. Fake the death.
Ah, the old cadaver buried.
This is also from Prince Ali Rescue. I'm pretty sure you do this. You make someone you make someone seem dead.
But if it goes right, everyone will just think they're dead. Okay, final question.
I've really got to balance this volume.
The
music's so distractingly loud.
Respects you in public. What do you do, hypothetically speaking?
Hypotheticals. Like his work them over, make nice, walk away, find out where they live.
Ah, the old unicorn head in the bed trick.
Good reference, good reference.
You risk looking
Nice
weak
spin on
in
it.
the short term, but in the long term, people will grow to fear you. Okay, you gave some good answers there. You've clearly got potential.
I feel like you kind of failed this
A
test.
risk taker, a swindler. With your ideas and the Skull's resources, we could be wrong.
I wonder if this part's different though, from depending on your answers.
Well done. Welcome to the Skulls, recruit. Do you have any questions about the gang?
I don't know what job.
My role. Don't mistake me as a recruiter. I am the Skulls.
Yeah, I was about to say, this guy seems like he's in a bit more control than Ozan was letting on.
Let's just say I got fed up working for the man, so I struck out on my own. And it turns out I've got a certain finesse when it comes to crime.
Well, aren't you a bad boy?
As a matter of fact, 3 of my best are out on a job right now. Kidnapping.
Alright, so these will be the mercenaries I have to kill.
Plus, I get the bonus of sticking it to my old employer. It's relatively risk-free, too. We've got some lady backer doing all the heavy lifting. But you don't need to know any more than that. That's enough questions for now. I've got a task for you. Don't worry, I'm not going to get you to kill anyone. Yet. Just run some supplies to my guys. I'll fill you in when we're at our HQ. This place is just where we unwind. Thing is, I'm not going to tell you where our HQ is. Consider this one final test a practical to follow the theory. But if you can't find it...
Skulls material. Skulls. Surely it has something to do with the name. Or unless this guy's just going to tell me where it is. Alright, I need to change the music volume. Which is a shame, because this music's really good. It's just, too loud. Wait, what? I turned all these off. Voiceover. Right.
Ha! No one in here is going to tell you where HQ is. You'll have to figure it out.
Okay then. Dick. Probably have to just talk to Ozan, but we'll check the journal anyway. Ozan can be found. Yeah, no shit. Submit a practical test. Maybe Ozan can help, yeah.
Hey, so you made it back out alive. Are you in? What did you find out?
Traction of the skulls. How do we find the
That
HQ?
job he mentioned worries me. I want to ask him about it. He said he wants you to meet him at his gang's HQ, then run supplies to his mercs. So, it sounds like he'll be making his own way there soon. We should wait for him to surface, then follow him. That's how we'll find the HQ. Once we get him
so a
alone,
stealth
I'll
thing.
step in, and we can find out more about what he's mixed up in. There must be more going on. The Noom I knew wouldn't do something like this.
I don't know, he seemed pretty happy about it all.
Are you ready to trail Noom back to his HQ?
No, I want to ask questions first. Not right now.
I'll wait here for you until you are.
I also want to turn this down slightly more.
Are you ready to trail Noom back to his HQ?
Oh, I didn't even get to ask the other questions. That's disappointing.
Okay, when Noom comes out, we need to keep him in our sights. But don't get too close, or else he'll spot you. I'll stick with you, but we'll hang back so he doesn't see me. If you're getting too close, or he's getting too far away, I'll let you know.
I wonder if it's just going to be where the old prison was from the original Prince Ali rescue. They might just replace
I think
that.
I hear him coming. Let's do this. We should
And it's
be okay.
nearby, so it seems like it makes sense. Yeah, like over there. Oh, or not. Can I have under this tree?
Here's your money. The shipment arrives tomorrow morning.
Uh-oh.
We should be okay here.
Ah, Fixer. Tomorrow's dinner will be informative.
I'm assuming I just hide behind shit.
Your protection money is due tomorrow. Yours too.
If you prefer.
looking like he's heading towards the old
Move
thing.
up.
Beat. Play something good. That's better.
Yeah, this is where the old Prince Ali rescue thing is. This would make sense.
Just went into the old jail.
Okay, yep. Hey, Z, do I just talk to this dude or am I going in?
Noom went into the old jail. We should go in and confront him. Unless you'd rather do it later.
Let's go! Yes. Oh, I didn't bring my ectoplasm. Crap. Wait, can I go to the bank now? They're only like level 2s or whatever, but at least that's what it said in the thing. But talk to banker. You sons of bitches. Wait, I can't reach that. Well, lucky they're a person and they can respond. Scam. Alright, they're level 2. Surely I can just whack them.
Okay, he went in here. Let's have a little chat with him.
Well done, recruit. You found the HQ. Ozan! Recruit, now it's time for you to kill someone. Well, what are you waiting for? Unless you're working together? Damn you, I'll kill you both myself.
No, you're good just there. What are you up to, Noom?
He only has 2 hours left.
You've never done, you hypocrite. When we first met, you were nothing but a thief.
But at least I have a code. There are some things you just don't do. You were a palace guard, for head's sake. What happened?
You happened. That night you snuck into the palace. They blamed me for letting you in. I was disgraced. Turfed out after 20 years of loyal service. All thanks to an impetuous boy's curiosity. And then
Oh, what a
you
dick.
just left Al-Kharid. Not a word to me.
I had no choice. They banished me. I'm sorry we lost touch. But that's no excuse for what you're doing now. Let me help.
Help me? How? To become a good thief? A famous hero? Pah!
Why is my character just staring at the wall?
Fine.
Like, yeah, you guys have your private conversation. It's all good. I'm not here. Just pretend I'm not here.
You call being involved in a kidnapping fine? What's that about?
Yes? Speak up. If you have got something to say, you can share it with the whole class.
Who's this? Another of your lackeys, Noom? I have to say, she's prettier than the rest of them. But you're not getting the old man, sweetheart. He's helping us out.
Oh, you are fast. But you will not stop me taking him, hero.
Yeah, she looks angry.
Hero? So you've heard of me. What am I saying? Of course you've heard of me. I'm Ozan.
Okay, douche.
Ozan the bloody marvelous. I know who you are. You are still a smarmy git. And now you've fallen in with this traitorous scum and his gang.
Whoa, hang on there. We're not part of his gang. And if you're not either, then who are you? No, wait, don't tell me. I know this. Those piercing jade eyes, the full soft lips, that dulcet voice.
Why do I feel like this dude's drawing his arrow, but he's also, you know, got another arrow that's at full attention.
The scary-looking crossbow aimed at my heart? Is that you, princess?
Ah, do not call me that. I am not a princess.
Of course, I'm sorry. It's Lila, right? Look, I may be many things, but we aren't Noom's skulls.
Just ignore the skull that I'm holding.
You could have fooled me.
Look, Noom's men are kidnapping someone tied to Al-Kharid. We're trying to stop it. We can work together. You have to trust us. I'm loading my bow. Don't shoot. Or you could shoot, but that would ruin my favorite shirt.
Fine. I will trust you, for now, but only because I need information too. Do not think this makes us friends. But you are too late to stop the kidnapping. The prince went missing while he was touring Lumbridge. I have followed the trail to Draenor.
Wait, what? You've kidnapped Prince Ali? I knew you'd got into some serious stuff, but this?
Finished your lover's tiff? Well,
I'm surprised he didn't interrupt earlier.
neither of you have the guts to cause me harm.
Yeah, that may be so. But you don't know my friend here. If you won't talk to me or Lila...
By the way, they told the chick that I'm not from the Skulls, and I'm also wearing a skull mask, holding a skull thing, and I'm about to do necromancy.
You can talk to him.
Talk to him. Don't I have like one attack and one strength or something? And my guy's like flexing his punches. I'll beat the truth out. I don't know about some truth serum.
As if any of you has the skill to just whip up a truth serum. Even if you did, or could find someone to do it, my info would be out of date.
Don't look at me. I'm rubbish at mixing potions.
My father might know how, but he's much too far away.
Sure, that won't be fun. But I was a palace guard for a long time. My imagination will keep my mind occupied until my men break me out.
Why would he tell me that? Wouldn't this just be... Wouldn't he just accept that and then just let that happen?
But what if they don't come, huh? What if they just replace you? Imagine that.
Bah! I'll find a way out.
I'll use my noodle
Talk
arms.
to me all you want. I'm trained to withstand it. Besides, by the time you got anything out of me, the prince will be long gone.
I'm not comfortable with that. Whatever Noom might think, I'm still his friend.
Seriously? After what he's done?
Trying to attack my pride, eh? Think I might let something slip? That might work if I didn't have complete faith in my men. The 3 mercs I sent on this job are my best.
Ah, so there are only 3 of them.
They won't be alone. They'll be with... Yeah, you're not getting any more out of me.
What will you take pride in while locked up? Sure, so you have total faith in your men, but what about personal pride?
Right. Yeah. Like your love of food, Noom. How much is your imagination going to feed you when all we give you is bread
does look
and
fat.
water?
Now, hang on. Let's not do anything rash here. A man cannot live off bread alone. I need meat and cheese, ale, fruit, wine, coffee. Oh, gods, no! Don't take away my coffee!
Did he think... If he was locked up, would he be getting all of that? From the other option that he said he's fine with? that he didn't need to tell us and that he could have got broken out? Tell us what we need to know. I'm sure your jail time can be made more palatable.
Okay, I'll talk. Just don't deprive a man of food, all right? Besides, the Skulls, we're only hired help. Our benefactor, Lady Kelly, this is her camel show.
Lady Kelly? So, you're just a pawn in all this? Noom, who is this Kelly woman?
I don't know who she is. I've never met her, only dealt with her two cronies, some tall guy with an eye patch and his half-wit friend. The kidnap is all Kelly's plan. My guys are just providing support to act as guides in Asgarnia and as muscle if it came to that.
It's too late to climb up on us now, Noom. Where are they?
Fine.
Get to the shore, quick!
Okay, so
There
let's
may
get to-
still be time. I will join you once.
Catch up as soon as you can, Princess.
Did I just miss
You
the
will
most
be at the
important
shore
part of the
due south
dialogue?
here. Let's go.
Shore due south of here. Okay, okay. I just missed the most important part. Okay, there's a hint on the thingy. I think I can actually disable these hints. Maybe I should do that. Settings, gameplay. Interfaces? It's all playing, is that it? Full screen, no, no, no. Can't see it. Disable, no. Yeah, I don't need to do that right now. One customization, just turn all that shit off. Is it not in this section? I'm telling you, the fucking mobile UI is so much better. Map icon. Is that just delayed or? Oh, up is more transparent. Okay. Oh, that's kind of nice. That's less nice. Let's try that now. It might be this. No, because it's still there. Maybe it's in the quest section or something. Wasn't there like an activities section or something? Adventures. Maybe it's in here. Fuck. Nope. Quest. Quest point milestone notification. Retro skill capes, no. Assist level of players by allowing them to access level lock skill training methods that someone else's. Oh, that's from, that's when you work in get someone else's skills to do it. Oh, I like how we're just standing here chilling in front of them trying to figure this out. Hello, Lady Kelly. How we doing?
Everybody stop. Hand over the prince now, and I might only kill you a bit.
Alright, sorry, just replying to a message. And wood cutting. Everybody stop. Hand over the prince now, and I might only kill you a bit.
Not the most convincing demand, little man. Make one wrong move and I'll kill the prince now. Save us all some trouble.
Maybe we should blackmail that dude with food too. Oh, he has a name, Heru. I can't see that guy's name. Oh, Abeb. Oh, Apeb.
Don't give them what they want.
Hold your tongue, boy. The lady's talking.
Besides, you're outnumbered and outmatched. You two don't stand a chance.
This dynamic reminds me of Final Fantasy X-2. I've forgotten her name, but then she's the leader, and then they have the fat guy with the shield, and then this guy with the... He has guns in that one, I think, though. Besides, you're outnumbered in that match.
Make that 3.
Like it makes a difference. The prince is coming with me. Try to stop us, and he dies. Apep, Heru, to the boat.
Yes, Lady Kelly.
Yeah, lady.
Skulls, kill these fools and deliver the ransom to Al-Kharid.
That's not in our culture. See, we ain't doing nothing without our money.
You will do as I command.
That's all it took to convince them? Oh, never mind. What the fuck?
Let's do this!
Ransom note.
Well, that's those thralls dealt with.
Yes, but Lady Kelly got away with the prince. On my watch, too.
It's not over yet, Leela. We'll get him back. I promise you that.
That's not good enough. I should have stopped them here. I failed. I have to follow after them. Father will never... I know. You two must deliver the ransom message to my father. His name is Osman. He's Al-Kharid's spy master.
Wait, but wasn't she the princess?
He will be in the palace.
Whoa there, princess. I've met your old man, remember? And he's none too fond of me. I'm not exactly welcome in Al-Kharid these days, either. Osman would clap me in irons as soon as he caught sight of me.
Not if I tell you my passphrase. If you give him that, he will know the message comes from me. He will have to listen. The kidnap of Prince Ali is too important.
Why don't you take him the ransom message? And we'll try to track down the kidnappers. Or
Prince
we could all just go
where could
together.
he be?
No. Someone has to take the message to him, and I cannot face him. Not after failing here. Please.
As you wish, princess.
Thank you. I am sorry I did not trust you before, but I am trusting you now. My passphrase is Kakalukiam.
Kakalukium.
Do not forget it. And stop
Oh, I will.
calling me princess.
Well, I guess I've got my, orders. Look, I know you've kind of been dragged into this so far, but I could really do with your help. Would you come with me to Al-Kharid? Good
Sure.
for you.
Why
Just
not?
think, it'll be something to tell your grandkids one day. The time you traveled with the amazing Ozan.
Oh, what a punch this dude.
Also, I'm not exactly welcome in Al-Kharid these days. I could do with a friend to vouch for me. I can tell you visited Al-Kari before. We can use the home teleport spell to get there if you'd like. It'd save us some walking. The palace is a straight shot south of the lodestone there.
Palace. Right, so we go like this. Fuck, I'm hungry. I think after this I'm gonna make something to eat. Oh, he's gonna do it too.
Well, here we are, Al-Kari. Home sweet home. Sort of. Come on, let's head to the palace.
Osman used to stand out here in old school. Surely the prison guard won't let me in.
The palace is under
there he
lockdown
is.
by order of the Emir. Please move along.
But we have urgent business. We must speak with Spymaster Osman and
Oh,
me.
you must you? And I suppose my orders mean nothing, hmm? No one is to come in.
It's about the kidnap of Prince Ali.
What's this nonsense? The prince is safely touring around Lumbridge.
No, he is not. We just saw him being woman-handled into a boat headed for the desert. And if I'm not mistaken, his kidnappers were wearing blue and gold, the colors of Menafos.
So it's spreading dissent and hysteria, is it? And you're one of those pro-war nuts trying to stir up trouble. Go on, tell me some more. Make me arrest you.
Lock us up. Take us to your leaders.
Ha, nice
I'm getting
try.
Bossing Say vibes.
You're not getting in that way either. I wouldn't arrest you even if you were the world-renowned thief Ozad, and you were trying to break into the Emir's very own bedroom to pinch all of his left socks.
But I am Ozan.
Now I've heard it all. Brilliant. Wait till the others hear about this one. In the meantime, you two clear off.
So well, I'm guessing I got a break in or something.
Damn. There's no way we're getting in the front door. We're going to break in and find Osman for ourselves. It's not like I haven't broken into the palace. Come on, we need to get up onto the roof of the crafting store first. It's in the north.
Oh, okay. Crafting store. Cool, that's in the same spot as
Domic's crafting
OSRS?
store is in the north.
Don't mind us, Dominic. Oh, sorry. Domic. Is this the... I guess they've replaced the agility course? Or is this the agility course? Kind of cool, though. Oh my god, I have to wait for him. Hello, guards. Don't mind us. Nothing to see here. Alright, where do we go next? Wait, walk across washing line. Is that... Was I meant to go that way? Oh, wait. Come through the door. We got it.
Excuse us. Coming through. If you go through the building, there's a washing line we can walk across.
I'm doing pretty well for one agility. Oh my god, I have to wait for him. Hurry up. I get why my one agility ass is so slow, but why is Osman, Mr. fucking fantastic thief that breaks in all the time, he's so slow? Also, I kind of like that my outfit kind of looks like a ninja outfit, even though it's a necromancer's outfit. Feels appropriate for this. You know, mine is holding the skull. Bounce on awning. How far is this going to send us? That's some pretty stretchy material. Climb up brickwork. You'd think there'd be other spots where we can climb up brickwork that would have made this a lot shorter. Fuck, I'm bitching a lot, aren't I? I am actually enjoying it though. Just a lot of let's just say silly things.
I've got this one.
That is one powerful arrow.
Okay, now we just need to...
I'm sorry, cat. Is the cat a god? Wait, cat disappeared.
There's a voice coming from that window. I think it's...
There.
Ooh, if we're listening in and we're not responding to him, I bet he's going to be a bad guy.
That's better. I can actually breathe over here. I find the among other things.
Didn't they say purple and whatever? Yeah, ambassador. So he's probably from whatchamacallit, Menethos.
Osman, you're stalling.
Maybe he's a purple too.
The situation is untenable, and you know it. The peace between our kingdoms is shaky at best. Between the Emir's illness and the prince going missing, you need to establish some stability here.
Not missing, kidnapped. This was a deliberate act. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Menethos was behind it, employing politics where war has failed you.
Maybe he's not a bad guy.
My people are looking into this.
Be careful with your accusations, spy master. The Pharaoh sent me here as an envoy of peace. Menethos is not in the business of kidnapping.
No, it's just warmongering and slavery these days, isn't it?
And your people had best steer clear of Menethos if they value their lives.
Enough, gentlemen, please keep your tongues civil in the Emir's presence.
It is all right.
Oh, he's right there.
I would hear this plainly. The peace must be
Didn't even see him.
maintained. But my answer is no, Ambassador. No Manafite will ever sit on Al-Khadid's throne, even if only as custodian. You would leave your city leaderless? I am not dead yet, Jabari. And even if I were, leaders would rise, be they of royal blood or not.
Indeed. Menefos's pharaoh is proof of such.
How dare you!
Oh, Osmond's sassy.
You shall not insult our guest like this. Oh, then how should I insult him?
Osman.
I am sorry, Emir. Ambassador, my most sincere apologies.
Even without myself or my son...
I feel like it wasn't sincere.
You have my answer. Very well, wise one. I shall take it back to my pharaoh. Hassan, please see our guest out.
After you, Ambassador.
You shouldn't have riled up Jabari so much.
Oh, but it's so much fun.
Relatable.
Indeed it is. Now, forget what I told Jabari. The truth is I have little time left. I am dying, old friend.
I feared as much.
If my son is not safely returned to succeed me, Menefos will declare war again. Find my son and bring him home. At any cost.
At any cost, Emir. Even if the ransom is to be the Kharid Ib?
No, never. The Kharid Ib belongs in Al-Kharid, and here it must stay. If that is the ransom, you must find another way.
It's just a diamond, Emir.
I have my reasons.
But it's your son.
And you have your orders.
Yes, Emir. I will not fail you.
Whoa! Did you hear that? Things are worse than we thought.
Yeah, this definitely got more interesting than the original part of the story.
Now, the ransom's not for the... I saw it
fuck, I didn't
once
mean to
when I
click.
was a boy. In fact, it's part of the
Maybe I should
reason
use
I was
spacebar.
kicked out of Al-Kharid. The Kharid-Ib, it loosely translates to the heart of the sun. That's what the kidnappers want. But if the Emir won't let us take it, then maybe we should just not ask.
Well, we're both thieves, so I guess that makes sense. But are we going to talk to Osman or not? I mean... Wait, now what? Quests. Australia with me believes heroes can save the day where politics and diplomacy cannot. Okay, interesting. Slight problem. I have no idea where the fuck the thing is.
Let's climb down into the vault.
Okay. Hi, kitty.
Not that way. Too many guards. Let's find another way in.
I feel like Cat's not going to be too happy with us going past, so maybe we go break in Skylight. As long as there's no actual breaking of glass, that might work.
I'll tie off a rope.
Nice of you to bring a rope with you. I didn't.
Okay, the diamond's in that contraption at the back of the room.
Ooh, a puzzle.
But it's locked up tighter than the business end of a camel. And I should know. I've had first-hand experience.
What were you doing with the business end of a camel? What do you mean you're first-hand? Ozan, you sauce, bro.
To clarify, that's first-hand experience with the diamond.
Oh. Okay. You heard me.
This is the room where Osman found me when I was younger. It's the reason I was banished from Al-Kharid, and the reason Noom got kicked out of the palace guard. Funny how life works out, huh? At least I'm here for the right reasons now. Problem is, I never did figure out how to get the diamond out. I think it has something to do with those head scales in the middle of the room. Have a look around. See what you
Oh, is this like a water puzzle thing where you gotta, or maybe sand in this case? Where you gotta like balance it out. Ornate
Don't
chest.
just yank it open. It might be pull that sticky out thing first. Yeah, bingo! What does it say? Does it help?
The whole history of the Qadr beer. One part of it seems particularly relevant. Oh god. The desert god Het granted the Emir 2 requests only. The Emir thought for a moment before asking Het to pick up 3 ambassadors in each hand. Yet Het could discern no difference in weight between them. The Emir then asked Het to pick up the 2 remaining ambassadors, 1 in each hand, but again found no difference. Pick up 3 in each hand, yeah. The Emir had used up his request. The 9th ambassador, the guilty party, had not been weighed and believed himself free of justice. But the Emir knew otherwise. All others have been weighed and found equal, so you must carry the heavy heart of guilt. The thief protested, but to prove his accusation, the Emir sliced open the thief's belly and outpoured the diamond. Okay, so maybe we have to balance everything out and the remaining thing is used somehow?
It's okay. We only needed that.
Inspect the scales. Yeah. So if I do this, and then I do this. Something like... Bro, did I just get that? No. So they were even, right? Aha! Then completed 2 weighings and the scales are locked in place. Drag the weight you believe to be the heaviest. The inventory icon. Inventory icon? Is that? Oh, inventory icon. Oh, I was literally only allowed 2 attempts. Is that right?
Someone's in the boat. Guard, get this door open. There's no reason for alarm, Emir. Whoever's in there is trapped.
Quick, we have to get to the roof before they cut the rope.
Please, don't leave on my account.
I have no idea if I did this wrong or if this is just how the quest goes.
Not that you'd get far.
Osman, old buddy. This isn't what it looks like.
Really? Because what it looks like is me catching the so-called master.
Oh god, was it Kukamiyat
attempting to steal
for the passphrase?
for a second time.
Yeah, well, okay, it is what it looks like.
Guards, take them away. Hold. Explain.
We found out they were involved in the prince's kidnapping, so we tried to intervene. Your daughter was there.
Leela?
He helped us, but the kidnappers got away.
Came straight here to warn you, to pass on the ransom note.
And yet I find you in here.
The palace is in lockdown, so we used a different entrance.
Ha, so I see.
Okay, sure, so we broke in. But on our way in, we overheard the Emir ordering you not to trade the diamond.
You guessed it. That's what the kidnappers
So you
want.
just ignore the Emir's orders and steal it.
Yep.
Those are your orders, not mine. I'm no soldier. I'm not even an Al-Kharid citizen anymore, if you remember.
Yes, and if you remember, that's due to a situation very much like this one. Do you have anything to back up this little story?
Oh god, hopefully it doesn't actually make me try and remember the passphrase.
Leela gave us her passphrase.
It's true she would only freely give such information to an ally, and only in dire circumstances. Very well. If you can tell me my daughter's passphrase, I'll be more inclined to believe you.
Oh, what was it again?
I don't know. Hookah something. Oh, okay, that's easy then. Can't go look. Yeah, I was totally close.
Okay, let's for a moment say I believe you. Why did Leela not return with you?
To track the
She pretty
kidnappers.
much ordered us here to get some aid.
That certainly sounds like her. But you must know my orders mean I cannot allow you to leave with the diamonds. Hand it over. Now follow me. You can tell your little tale to the Emir.
Oh, I did get the diamond.
Well,
Mission accomplished.
who's in my vault?
Emir, may I present our two intruders?
My son. Is this him? Is he returned? Come, closer, boy.
I am sorry, Amir. I am not your son. But I do bring news of him. And that is why we must take the diamond, Emir.
Osman, I gave you your orders. Did you think these two might convince me where you did not? I am not one of your assets to manipulate. The Guardian stays here. No exceptions.
This diamond better be fucking
I
powerful.
am sorry, Emir. That was not my intention.
But you agreed with
It
us,
was.
Osman. You said yourself it is just a diamond.
The Emir's word is law. Come, let us leave him to his rest.
No!
Oh, he totally gonna die while we're gone.
We're not leaving until we've convinced you. I don't understand, Emir. How can you be so callous?
Do not presume to judge me, child. I love my son. But I also love my people, and they must come first. It is not for you to understand.
There.
If, as you say, you wish to save my son, then I beg you to do so. But you are not taking my heart.
Kind of convenient that we're here for this.
Hassan, do something. There is nothing to be done. The Emir has passed. If Menefos hears of this before the prince is returned, we are lost.
Fuck, if I ever have an advisor, make sure it's not Hassan.
No! I didn't mean for... Did I do this?
Don't be absurd, Ozan. You heard yourself. He was dying.
I know, but... I mean... I need some air.
Good idea. In fact, you should all go. I must attend to the Emir's last rites. Before you say anything, I hold neither you nor Ozan accountable for the Emir's death. He has been
Fucking hope
ill
not.
for a long time. Where did Ozan go, anyway? The Emir was a direct man, and yours were words he needed to hear. In light of the situation, I am also ignoring your attempted theft, but don't get any ideas. I am the spy master here, and it falls to me to form a plan of rescue. Although I may have need of you and Ozan once I have done so. Please tell Ozan that his past deeds are forgiven. He is free to return as a citizen of Al-Kharid. And as for your part in this, the city of Al-Kharid rewards you.
Fuck yeah! Talk to for 4 thief titles. Okay. Wait, that dude's still in jail?
The ransom message the kidnappers gave you concerns me.
Simon the Rough is fully voice acted. I'm gonna do this later because Ben is in VC, and I might join him.
Please get Ozan and meet me.
No, I don't want to do the quest yet. Constitution lamp. Okay. Combat XP lamp. Okay. Agility, we'll take that. Oh, level 3. What you fucking do? Okay. Stolen, diamond in the rough. Okay, I am able to do that already. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna put something in the microwave real quick, and then I will jump in VC. One of the games. We've got a carbonara chicken cooking, a high protein one. Actually, someone else is in there at the moment too, so I won't jump in yet. How long is this quest? How long did this one say it was? This is quest overview. Medium to long. How long is this one? Medium to long. So I'm going to assume the same length. I kind of want to continue it on. Either way, I'm gonna eat first. So let's just start pickpocketing while we wait. Oh, one of those doors that closes. Let's just pickpocket while we wait. God damn it. This isn't going too well. Oh damn, this could be a decent amount of money. $26 XP each. 14. Wait, am I getting double sometimes? I don't think I have the agility level for that, right? Where's Warrior? No, it's also too many random numbers. I think it's just a range that you can get. So far, I've seen the 14 is the lowest. What, 43 is the highest so far? Maybe it goes to 44, then it's a range of 30. Alright, I gotta stir my meal. Okay, another minute till that's done. OSRS 45. Oh, 48? Yeah, this dude's paying out. $13, $12, okay, so 12 is the lowest so far, I think. Or I might have seen 11. Alright, food's ready. Nom 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 nom. Alright, wait for it to cool down a little bit. What, 12 to 48. Oh, that's 4 times the base amount. If 12 is the base amount. I have no idea about the pilfering points though. Fun fact, in old school RuneScape, when we did our hardcore group Iron Men, I lost the first life pickpocketing a master farmer. A very mean looking master farmer with big strong arms. But a master farmer nonetheless. Gotta get some food. Then I'll do like more of the AFK pickpocketing while I eat. Where are my cabbages? My cabbages! Yoink. Wait. My health's back. Do you recover your health when in a bank? Is that what just happened? Am I tripping? Was I just not paying attention? Did something else happen? I'm gonna try that again once I get lower health. I also found the auto regens setting as well last night. Give money. I don't know if it's because I'm a higher level, but these Elk Road warriors definitely seem to catch you less than the warrior women. Nom 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 nom. For a microwave meal, this thing is so good. That's something that's just completely different in this game. These flash events. And part of the reason I don't want to look at the wiki or anything is I have no idea whether those things are good or trash. And if I look at the wiki and it says it's trash, I'm probably not going to end up doing it. But it'd be nicer if I just at least experienced it and find out for myself whether it's trash. That's what I clicked. Ooh, since this question has to do with Menethos, I wonder if that lets me in and that's where Pyramid Plunder is. Because I've seen in the skill menu that it still has Pyramid Plunder. I couldn't see where it actually is unless it is the... Like, there's a... Unless it is this big block thing here. Then otherwise I have no idea. Or if it's this thing. Because this is completely different from old school. This looks more like a palace, and this looks more like a pyramid. Unless this is a pyramid corner, and then the big pyramid here. That could be possible too. And then that's the Desert Treasure Pyramid. I don't know if they moved it there, maybe? Quest of the Pharaoh's Folly. Oh, so that's... Oh, does that mean it's number 6 in the queue? Like in the quest? Because I see it as the Roman numeral for 6. Wait, let me have a look. Because then this guy, ready to start. Okay, that's Diamond number off. What's this? That's the feud. Tourist Trap, they're the starting ones. Is that what that icon means? Where's Legends Quest? Oh yeah, so maybe that just isn't in a series or whatever. What about Room Mist? Oh. That also says 6. I don't know if that's a difficulty thing. But that says 5. That's just an imp catcher. Oh, wait. Is there any left? Maybe it's the age thing. I saw that when I was looking in on mobile. It showed a thing. So that... Oh, that might mean it's a 6th-stage quest. And the other one's a 5th-stage quest? Maybe? Because I'm not seeing anything other than 6th and 5th. 6, yeah, everything just seems to be 6 or 5. I think that's what it'll be. Because I remember seeing something about that in the filters. Is it timeline? Pathfinder, Adventurer, Champion, no. 5th, 6th age. And ambiguous. Okay. If I click this. 5. Okay, yeah, that's what it'll be. And then the ambiguous ones won't have any. And then 6 age, I'll have 6. And what about these ones? These are also 6. Okay. Interesting. I kind of like having it in series if I'm doing it for the stream. Cool. When I get to below 500, I'm going to go back to the bank and see if it regenerates my health. Okay, that's my food finished. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I also hit 93 woodcutting on the old school account last night. 6 more to go, then I'll jump over to fishing. Do I have any... Yeah, I don't really have any other AFK skills that I can do after that. Oh no, sailing. Added that. Alright, let's go back to the bank. And see if this just replenishes my health. Because it's entirely possible, it's just that I've been going to a bank chest, not an actual bank, the entire time, so I might not have seen it. Yeah, it is. Interesting. Okay. Stump this, though. Grab out of ectoplasm. Edit this. Crap. Where's my helmet? Wear that. Dump that. Now let's go. Save. Cool. Fuck it, we'll do the quest. How long did that take me? Like an hour and a half? Let's see if this one's the same.
The ransom message the kidnappers gave you concerns me. Please get Ozan and meet me back up in the vault. There's something I need you both to see before you get it into your heads again to steal the Carrot Ib. Will you do this? It might get dangerous.
No! Might get dangerous. You need to defeat 6 level 2 bandits and 2 level 5 thugs. Ooh. Scary.
Excellent. My guards inform me that Ozan is back, loitering at the foot of the palace steps.
I'm sorry I slipped away after the Emir's death. Had to clear my head, you know? Got myself officially reacquainted with Al-Kharid. They have some tasty kebabs over at Karim's. Really? Even after all that business in the palace?
Osmond knows we're trying to do the right thing. In fact, he says he's got something to show us.
You think maybe he's come up with a plan to rescue Prince Ali? Then lead on. Let's go talk to him.
Oh.
I am wholly convinced your aim has always been to rescue Prince Ali, and that you are only trying to steal this diamond in order to pay his ransom. But
I'm just setting up a Discord permission.
Act. And that was just as well, for if you recall, the first part of the ransom message says to follow the path of the sun.
Wait, let me... View channel, yes. Connect, yes. Why is it everyone though? Those and those. There we go. Actually, I'll just message them. The fuck you is what the fuck? You messaged me before I could message him. You fucking creeper, he's watching right now. He's watching right now. Yeah. Nothing against Hootie. Hootie's great. It's just, yeah, I'd rather just have no one else while I'm streaming, just the people who are applicable to the content. I got the act. And that was just as well for, if you recall, the first part of the ransom message says...
Into the lion's mouth. Yes, I remember it.
Forget that second part for a moment. I don't know what that alludes to. What I do know is that the path of the sun is somehow linked to the Carid Ib.
I swear if this goes on a giant...
Ib.
Wait, what? The real one. I swear if this goes on like a giant fucking quest chain, only for the diamond to turn out to be just a fucking diamond, I'm gonna be tilted, but that does feel like something Jagex would do.
I've handled enough precious gemstones to know that's a real diamond.
True enough, but it is still not the real Carid Ib. And if you had succeeded in stealing this fake, you would not have been able to find the prince.
This is why I don't do things rashly, boys.
By getting you to follow this path of the sun, the kidnappers ensure that they are delivered the real diamond. There is no way to even find Prince Ali without taking the Carid Ib, let alone rescue him. I shall not dishonor myself or the Emir's memory by disobeying his last order.
I mean, fair, but you're also being a dick.
Then why tell us
Let's
all
go.
of this?
Because I understand how you think, Ozan, and I did not want you to attempt another theft, especially if all you ended up with was the fake.
Wait. Is it that you don't want us to steal the diamond at all? Or just not the wrong diamond?
And hang on, who put our rope to the roof back in place?
Is
Good
this
point.
how spies ask for help?
I'm not asking you anything. I'm not telling you anything, and I'm certainly not helping you to steal anything. Are we clear on that?
I don't suppose you can also not tell us where the real diamond is?
What I can tell you is that placing the heavy weight on the diamond display triggers an alarm, which is how I caught you before. So maybe you should just keep hold of it.
Right. The heavy weight. And what would happen to someone if they were to steal this diamond?
Let's just say that your banishment was a lenient sentence. Whoever steals the diamond best not return to Al-Kharid without it.
Right. Of course. You're a crafty one. I'll give you that. I see how it is you became spy master. You'd make for a great thief.
The reason he's spy master is he's smart enough to get other people to steal for him.
Indeed. And you, a great agent. Now, I shall lock this vault, and it shall not be opened again until the prince is safely returned. And remember, I was never here. This conversation did not happen. Good luck to you both.
Come on. We've got to move fast. Grab the heavyweight again, then let's get out of here. If you've got any questions, we can talk once we're out of Al-Kharid. For now, just trust me.
Okay. I don't know, I need to steal the Alfred. The real one this time. Okay. Inspect. That just... Oh, just... Alright, I don't have to pick it out. It just gives it to me.
Good. Now let's get out of here.
You go first. He just wants to look up my skirt. I know his type.
Let's climb back down to the Emir's bedroom window on the west of the roof. Okay, we should use the rope to get back to the...
Are we just leaving, is that all? Oh my god, hurry up.
We can't go down the ladder. It's too far to the next roof, and there are guards posted on the gate there. This is going to be fun.
Hopefully I do a swan dive. Yeah, close enough. Hello, Father Rain.
Can we go again? Okay. This path of the sun has got to be in the desert somewhere. So let's head around the back
Guards
of the pass
casually
to
walking
Shantae
through us.
Pass and get out of here.
I do think Shanty Pass looks a lot better in this too. Like it looks more like it's actually a pass. Like you have no choice but to go this way.
Come on, let's get to Shantae Pass and out into the desert.
That's Shanty. I was here the other day. Not the other day, yesterday. Water skins, about 5 of them. Bring some cake just in case. We're through.
Where are you taking me?
What the fuck?
Excuse me? We're not taking you anywhere. Me and my friend here are heading into the desert.
I do not wish to go there. I'm scared.
Like I just said, we're the ones going, not you.
What the fuck?
Please take me back home.
Right, I think you've had too much sun, Effendi. You just stay here in the shade.
Oh, hello, Effendi. I'm sorry I did not see you there. How can I help you? Are you heading into the desert?
Yeah, we just said.
Here, I insist you take some supplies.
Really? You don't have to.
It is done, Effendi.
Thanks. I think...
This wouldn't have been anywhere near as good without the voice acting. And like the effects on the voices. Oh, I literally just bought that shit. You... Go through. Alright, huh? The sun.
Well, that was weird. Did it seem to you that Shantae was acting weird for a moment there?
Seemed really scared that he got all confused. Two different
You
people.
don't think something was controlling him, do you? Like what Kelly did to those mercs back in Draenor?
No, for one thing, his eyes weren't glowing. Oh, he did try and kill us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess. It was still weird, though. Let's just press on.
Even the desert just looks so much nicer in this game. Like, graphically.
Take in that air, the open desert. Smells like adventure. And maybe just a hint of Ukthanki Dang. So, did you have any questions before we continue?
Many.
Basically, yeah. He's sneaky, that one. You have to read between the lines of what he's saying. I guess that comes with the turf when you're a spy. He made it pretty clear he agreed with us about using the diamond, the real diamond, to return the prince. But also that he's not officially supporting us, because of his orders from the Emir. So, he told us what we needed to know, then turned a blind eye, taking none of the risk, but no doubt all of the glory if we succeed.
Yeah, why did we
Osman
steal heavy
Plainer
weapons?
said to not put it on the diamond display, but to keep hold of it. And thinking about it, it's a typically devious Caridian trap. Hide things
I feel like
in
it has
plain
something to
sight,
do with what happened at
fence with a
Shantae.
shiny decoy, and then throw in some nasty death traps, just for laughs. It's the #1 cause of death for professional tomb raiders, you know. Also, I don't know if you've read it, but the law of the diamond has it that one of the 9 ambassadors swallowed the diamond to steal it. Exactly. At least, I think so.
Oh,
We should find out for sure before we go any further.
that makes sense because that also is why it's heavier. Clever.
Right now, it's like we were never caught, except that we didn't steal a fake diamond. So we'd be fine to go back to Al-Kharid now, though we really should continue on and save Prince Ali. I'm thinking once we've retrieved the prince, I'll steal the diamond back somehow, and we can return them both to the palace. That way,
Okay, that makes
no one
sense.
but us and Osman will ever know it was gone.
So I guess we're gonna figure out how to get the diamond out of the heavy thing. And then we trade it for the prince, and then we steal it back.
Then I get branded a traitor of Al-Kharid and can never
That all makes
return
sense.
on pain of death. Good times, huh? It's situations like this that make it all worthwhile.
Me too.
Nah, you'll be fine. Osman's smart enough to lay all the blame at my feet. With my reputation, that shouldn't be too hard for people to believe.
Okay.
All right, let's crack open that fat little ambassador and see what we've won. Hello, beautiful.
Oh, I guess we didn't have to figure out how to open it. I feel like that's a missed opportunity.
Did that screech come from the diamond?
Also makes sense why Shantae got affected. The fuck? Alright, it's a compass. It's pointing in a certain... Oh, sundial, sorry. It's pointing in a certain direction.
I guess Osman wasn't kidding about his diamond showing us the way. I don't know, but it's got a carving of Het's face on its base. He's the desert god those
Okay, this
stones
is
back
cool.
in the palace vault were modeled on. This is definitely the right place to start. Any joy with that sundial yet? The detailing on the base seems to be of the lesser god Het.
That's good.
If that helps any, he's the most human-looking of all the desert gods. It looks like you got to rotate the sticky up part to point at one of the symbols on the sundial's face. I doubt it'll help us here, but I could tell you a little about the desert gods.
I'm interested.
There are 8 gods in the desert pantheon. One for every day of the week, plus another for luck.
That's cool.
There's the head honcho, Tumeken, and his wife, Elidnis.
Yep, killed them a bunch.
Yeah, and they've got 2 kiddies. Ikthlarin's an okay dude, but the less you say about his sister, Amaskut, the better. She started
Oh, wait, no, I
fine,
didn't kill them. I
but
killed their
something
guardians.
happened to her. Most people call her the Devourer these days, on account of her being a destructive, murderous psycho.
Can confirm she's the one that's controlling the guardians that try to kill you in terms of a mascot.
Tumeken also created 4 lesser gods, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Garab one, a jackal one.
First, you've got Strongman Het. He's pretty popular in Al-Kharid. The statue scales in the Emir's vault.
Oh, yeah, it'll be... what is it? Path of Het, Path of Krondus, Path of whatever the one Kethri is, and whatever the one Apmenkin? Or these are all the ones that are in old school RuneScapes. What's the Kethri one? Is it Scarabus? So like this one is the puzzle room. Like Het is the puzzle room for Akka before you fight him. It's the Path of Het.
Then there's Apmenkin.
Yeah, at
She's a
Mencken.
cheeky
That's
monk.
before you fight Baba.
Next up is Krondis, a snappy
Yep, before you fight
crocodile
Zebak.
with us. And finally, you've got lonely little
Okay, it is
Scarabs.
Scarbus.
But then I reckon you'd be
Yeah,
lonely
before you
too if
fight
you had a
Kefri.
beetle for a head.
Okay, that information may help us. Inspect sundial het. Okay, so it actually says het on it. Can I... How do I turn it, though? Oh! Ooh. Okay, so that's at Mecca. Okay, yeah, so that has to be het. Het, because that's a monkey, that's a Krondis. Okay, so het at Meccan, Krondis, and Scarabus. So if we do this... Because he said something about het.
What did you do?
I tried to build top to point to the
You
symbol of
mean
the man.
Het. Het sundial, het symbol. That
Okay,
symbol,
that's cool.
beam of light coming out of the sundial must be our path of the sun. At this rate, we'll have the prince rescued before
This is
they
what I
run
was
out.
looking for,
Let's go.
and what I also got with the rune mysteries and the other rune one is these puzzles that just make it fun. This is cool. I like this. But it definitely just seems to be more focused on the... Okay, so it's this way. More focused on the ones that have been recreated. All right, so at Mencken, so we need to point it towards the monkey. Monkey.
Look,
Monkey,
there's the
monkey.
sundial, but
Real noise, uh-oh. Oh, the 6 of these things. And then the quest said something about 3 level 5s later on. What the fuck? That's a cool trick. Kind of reminds me of Dune. It's kind of cool. What? They all just disappear? Huh.
the top part of this sundial is broken off. I bet those bandits have it. Are you ready to take them on?
Yeah. But where are they? I don't think I'm a fan of this. How it's like a lot of like taking things out of the world.
What? That's not a very bandity thing to say.
It's the bandits that I'm talking. It's like what happened with Shantae.
Turn back now. Take me back to the palace.
Bandit King.
Gods, it's the diamond. The Karidib is talking to us through him.
Take me back, or you will die.
You're gonna have to possess someone a little stronger than a level 2 or level 5 or whatever it said.
What? Who are these two? Kill them.
Good luck with that. I'm not pickpocketing, so I need to change this setting back real quick. Combat mode? No. Choose option. Left click. Yeah, get him. I don't want left click, I want combat level. Just for safety. Water skins, fuck yeah. Oh, tuna. Sundial. Oh, don't teleport. Damn it, it teleported me back to the real world thing before I could loot it. Oh, you scumbag.
The diamond's trying to get us killed.
Maybe we should
And leave
turn
the
back.
prince to die? If we don't rescue the prince, Menopause will start up the war again. How many innocent people will die then? Just so a shiny rock can sit on its pedestal. Just because it can talk doesn't mean it's alive. We should hurry and fix this sundial.
There's something that can talk without being alive. I mean, I guess a cave or something that echoes. We should fix this now.
Hey, good.
Okay, now this was at Meccan. Okay. Monkey. Monkey? Oh, monkey.
That's two. Looks like the next one is northwest of here. The rumble seemed muted this time. Let's go.
Oh, there it is.
Hey, is that the base of a sundial? Where's the sundial? Oh, it's just the same piece that was broken off the last sundial. But where's the sundial itself? It should be here. That's enough out of you, Diamond. We're not... I've got a bad feeling about this. Hang on. It's more of a sinking feeling. Quicksand! This is great! I've never been in quicksand before!
How exactly is this great?
It'll
Good
make
question.
for a more exciting story when I retell it! Nah, quicksand's not that dangerous, if you know how to escape.
Lay down and spread yourself out as widely as possible so you have as much surface area. And then you wriggle your way out.
Just get your legs up and lay flat. Make yourself buoyant.
Pretty much.
It's not working. Why isn't it working? Oh, this isn't right. This isn't how quicksand works. Not real quicksand.
Reach the character. Oh, please tell me it's lasso. I gotta try it. I can't move.
Neither can I.
Oh.
I can't reach it either. Anyone? Nothing's working. We can't get out. This can't be how it ends. Leela, she'll never know that I...
Unless this is like the entrance. What is that? Hey!
Ah, my leg! You okay? Oh, we got lucky. If there hadn't been this cavern underneath, we'd have... Ah, but not that lucky. I saw the diamond fall out of your pack when you landed. And I think I saw something scuttle away with it.
No escape on purpose, do you?
It's just a diamond. If it could move by itself, it wouldn't need us to take it home. Also, I didn't see where that sundial bit went either. But at least we found the third sundial. Could you look around and see what you can find? I landed on something hard. I've hurt my leg. I need to rest up for a moment.
Enter tunnel, tunnel. Oh god. I'm not seeing a red dot on the map anywhere.
Wasn't the quicksand enough?
Is there a tunnel here too? Yes. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be like the... Oh, it's going to be like the Ocarina of Time thing. Will that take me out of here? No.
Having fun there? What am I sitting on? Oh, I found that missing... I absolutely wasn't just sitting on it. Well, the sun's not gonna... All fixed.
Ronda, so crocodile. So what? We
I
go...
didn't feel a rumble that time. Maybe the next sundial isn't... But hey, at least the sundial lit up one of the tunnels.
This works.
Probably not.
And to be...
But there's only one tunnel lit up. We'll just have to hope it leads us... Wisdom before beauty.
Oh, my way. This is so interesting. I can't move the camera or anything either, so it's kind of interesting that it's like this.
Don't go so fast. My leg still hurts. It's totally not just numb from sitting on that sundial piece for so long. Shh. Can you hear that? What is that noise?
Is it Calphites?
And that smell. Oh.
I feel like it's Calphites.
I think it's getting darker too. Looks bad, sounds bad, smells worse.
I was thinking the same things about yours, huh?
Blasted Diamondback. I can just make out a tunnel ahead. Oh, I can't see a thing. With that noise and that smell, I'm almost glad. Aye! My shin.
Ooh, dagger.
Oh, what did I just step in? Hang on. I think I can feel a torch. No, that's definitely not a torch. Sorry about that.
The fuck?
Ah, but that is...
Did he just fill me up?
Almost got it.
Yeah, Calphites. Thought so.
Dung Calphites. Why did it have to be dung Calphites? Any one of these Calphites could be rolling the diamond around. It's a needle in a haystack. Well, a diamond in some... I mean, seriously, come on. We're up to our eyeballs in... I know. I was just about to say we're in some really deep...
Clever.
Are you shushing me?
Wait, do I see it? Do I see it? Do I see it? No.
You're right. You're a genius. I can hear the diamond. We can use the noise to figure out which dung bowl it's in. We should be able to see it spark.
Alright, so I'm guessing I need the scimitar for this. How do I listen for it?
Listen for the noise the diamond makes and keep your eyes peeled for its sparkling. I'll check out some... If we can't find the diamond that way, just try slicing open some...
Last time open until I hear something.
Hey, I think the diamond noise just got a little louder. Look for one that's sparkling.
Is that you? You!
A sapphire. Well, it's not a diamond, but it's a...
Oh. They're trolling me. No. Got any open? Until I hear it again. What's that? Did I see a spark?
That one dropped an emerald.
Another one sparkling. You think you just saw something? I hear something.
Oh, a ruby this time. There it is! You found the diamond! Quick! Grab it before these little bugs roll it away again! Hey, great! That must have been the fourth sundial rising! And look! It's made a hole in the ceiling! It's too high to reach, though. Any ideas how we can get out of here?
Oh my god, we're about to make a dung ladder.
Hello? Is someone down there?
Oh,
No way. Is that you, Leela?
that's a little too convenient.
Ozan!
Sure is. We're both down here.
You boys need a hand? Hang on. I will lower a rope.
Thanks. We'll be up in a second.
Before we head up, can we keep what happened on this little underground detour between us? You know, what happened down here stays down here. Leela doesn't need to know. Yeah, me too. So let's just get out of this dung heap.
Is he talking about grabbing my dick?
Outside.
Sorry, my torch. You sus, bro.
Over here! What is that god's awful stench?
Sorry, love, that's us.
Let's just say you don't want to go down there. It's no cave of wonders.
All right. In which case, what news from my father? Is he sending help?
We are the help. But he at least sort of gave us the Caribbean.
What do you mean, sort of? Do not tell me you stole it.
Well, technically.
I do not believe you. You will never change.
Not that simple, Leela. Things in Al Kharid got political. Oh my god, I'm associating her with Leela from Futurama.
I sent you to my father for help, and this is how you go about it?
Which means he's Fry. And the old man is the professor.
This was his idea. Leela, listen.
My Zoidberg?
The Emir is dead.
What? What did you do?
Why would you assume I did anything? He's been ill for ages, and his heart just gave out.
Oh, and that just coincided with your visit, I suppose?
Yep. Yes, it wasn't Ozan's fault, Leela. Please cut him
You
some
are
slack.
right. I'm sorry I snapped. Maybe you should tell me the whole story.
Events, no, okay. Glosses over most of you.
There's one.
Understandable.
The diamond. It's more than just a diamond. It's been talking to us, trying to get us to take it back to Al Kharid.
What? Do not be silly. I grew up in the palace. If it were more than just a diamond, I would have known or heard about it. It is probably just your guilty conscience talking, or heat stroke, but you have nothing to feel guilty for. My father had no right to manipulate you like that, but that you did it anyway, even knowing what you might lose if things go wrong, that's very selfless of you.
Easy there, princess. You'll give me a bad reputation.
You cannot just take the compliment, can you? Anyway, I am glad you're both here. Truly.
Now, let's have a look at this sundial.
Of course
Not
it's
to
broken.
worry. I saw this bit fall off when it rose out of the sand. Here, fixed. From the sound of it, this should be the final sundial for you to stop.
Garibus. But, misclick.
Okay,
Oops.
okay. That's the last of them.
What was next? The lion's mouth was what the ransom note said, right? If I remember, there used to be an old temple to a mascot out that way. A mascot's animal aspect is a lioness. So perhaps that's what it means.
Yeah.
Are we about to raise a mascot from the dead or something? Or like
Let's just hope we don't run into
the
Amiska
corrupt,
too.
crazy
There's
god?
only room for one power-mad control freak of a lady in this kidnapping.
You do mean Lady Kelly by that, right?
Of course. Well, Kelly knew about the path of the sun thing. So she's not giving up Prince Ali until she has the diamond in her hands. So I guess we'll just have to give it to her. But that doesn't mean we can't get it back.
It is not much of a plan, but I suppose it is all we have got.
So, let's go.
Give me my weapon back, and now we go this way. Oh, I guess we're going all the way over there. I love it when a game's water looks nice. Oh, never mind. Hello. Oh, that wasn't very far away.
Well, well, well. This feels familiar.
If you've heard the prince, I swear I'm gonna kick...
Ozan, don't!
I see you have trained him well, Leela.
Fine. Let's just get this over with.
Anyway, to business. Do you have the heart?
Yes, we have the diamond. Hand over the prince.
The diamond first!
What makes you think we trust you to hand him over once you have it?
What makes you think you have a choice? Give it to me.
Please, no. Don't give me to her.
What in the world is...
It's the diamond again. It's talking through our pep.
By the gods, it really does talk!
Do I really have to start making threats again? I will kill him! The diamond!
I'm scared. She'll kill us all.
I don't know.
Just do something!
I grow tired of asking. If you won't give it to me freely, I'll force you to.
You can't make me. I want to go home.
Silence! Finally, after all these centuries, it's mine.
Centuries?
In some ways, I've
Oh, is she a
loved
mascot?
his heart since the day I was born.
Enough with the evil monologue, lady. You've got your damn diamond. Now hand over the prince.
And now that I hold it in my hands, it's so small, so hard, so cold. That explains so much.
Did she grab my torch?
Hey, Kelly. Quit with the crazy. Just give us the prince.
Crazy! You dare call me crazy! I am beautiful!
You do look kind of crazy, lady.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'd be the first to admit you're pretty statuesque. But you're one camel short of a caravan, and the whole psycho kidnapper thing really damages your appeal. Now, give us the prince.
I'll pop your limbs from their sockets! I'll strip the flesh from your bones! I'll devour your
I think we fucked up.
soul. I'm not crazy! I am a goddess! I am a mascot!
A mascot?
Yep. Sounds about right. Uh-oh.
Soul! Hello, Abbot! Kill these fools!
Looks like the lady wants you all dead. You're dead!
Hey, Pep. Nice eye patch. I can see why you wear it. It's to make your friend over there look half as ugly, right?
Hey, take that back.
We should do you a favor and put the other eye out. And maybe cut off your nose and ears too.
Damn, these guys are just savages.
Sticks and stones, princess.
Hey, only Ozan gets to call me that. I mean, I am not a princess!
I love how her face is so expressive here and then it's just blank.
You're stick and stone.
Oh, was I meant to dodge that? Necromancer for the win.
Taken care of.
Come on, we should free the prince.
Thank you, my friends. I am glad you have come to my rescue. But you should not have given her the carried ape. I cannot believe my father would have allowed it.
About that, I'm not sure how to put this.
That bitch dead.
He is dead?
Oh, Prince, you are right. It was his heart. I am so sorry we could not rescue you sooner.
It is okay, Lila. He has been ill for a long time. He has been preparing me to succeed him as Emir. But one can never be prepared for the death of a loved one.
Then we should waste no time. We must get you safely home.
Yes, you three should definitely do that. It's been an honor rescuing the prince with you, my friends.
You're leaving, but we've just rescued the prince.
We
have
would
to get
not
the...
have got this
Oh, we have
far
to get the
without
gem, don't
you.
we?
That's probably the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Lila. But I cannot return to Al-Kharid until I've reclaimed that diamond. Somehow. From a goddess hell-bent on destruction. A 100% crazy, perpetually angry, scarily vengeful, bona fide goddess. Hey, if nothing else, it'll be a challenge, right? Should be fun. And good luck to you, my friend. I'm certain we'll bump into each other somewhere down the path. And when I return the diamond, maybe you'll stop being so hard on me, huh, princess?
Oh, Ozan.
See you around.
Oh, we shall see.
The goofy wave.
Come on, Prince. It is time to go home.
Oh, thank God I don't have to run all the way back.
Well, congratulations are in order. You have safely returned Prince Ali home. That is, Emir Ali now. He has succeeded his father. He'll prove to be a strong leader for Al-Kharid.
It is not all good news, Father. We lost the
I'm
diamond.
still confused why she's a princess.
No.
If that's her father, not.
Lost the diamond.
That is unfair, and you know it. He only did what you asked of him.
I did not ask him to steal the diamond. In fact, I told him not to. That was his choice.
No. You manipulated him into doing what you wanted. Just like you do with your agents. Just like you do with me.
Keep your voice down, girl. Ozan knew what was at stake. He chose his path and must take responsibility for his actions. Perhaps if his thieving skills were as good as he thinks, he'd have brought the diamond back with you.
Bro.
We
I mean,
were
that's
up
what the next
against
step is, right?
goddess. A mascot was behind this whole thing.
In this game, you have to be prepared for anything.
Well, I refuse to play your game anymore.
You will do as you are told, and return to your area in Draenor.
Oh, I shall return to Draenor, but not for you. I have some loose ends of my own there to deal with. I am done with you and your games.
Leela, please.
Callum
I
says
am
that.
leaving. A mascot and Menaphos are plotting gods know what. She has to be stopped.
Ah, Jabari. What message does the Emir have for me?
None anymore, my lady. My mission was a success. Osman was suspicious of me from the start. No surprise there, but he was so distracted with the kidnapping I had free reign of the palace. A tiny dose of poison in the Emir's nightly incense did the trick. They believe his death to be of natural causes.
Oh, shit.
Excellent. I may need your skills as an ambassador again in the future.
The payment was also delivered.
He thinks it his salvation, but it will be his undoing.
Did you get the heart, my lady?
I almost didn't. That beetle-brained fool Scabarras almost ruined things, but he's poked his head out of the sand now. I'll deal with him soon enough, and then nothing will stand in my way.
Was the actual, what, lesser god or whatever, Erebus, that must have done the quicksand into the ground, which then you end up with more hellfights, which are scarabs. So I guess that makes sense.
Return to Menaphos. Attend the Pharaoh. I have business here.
Yes, my lady. I live to serve, and serve to live.
Ah, Leela. That girl becomes more like her mother every day. She'll come around, she always does. Anyway, as I said before, congratulations are in order. You have shown yourself to be a most efficient agent, and for that,
Why,
you
thank
must
you.
be rewarded.
Indeed.
Indeed, I may have more work in future for someone with your ability.
I wonder if I'm able to do it already, or if I like if I'm missing stats or something. Access to the nursery and a new weapon and shield. Okay. Those rewards are pretty mid. Yes, Constitution. Prayer. Yeah. Can I do this? Oh shit, I can. This one's short to medium. Alright, we'll do this. Jack of Spades. But this one doesn't say it's voice acted. Yeah, this one said voice acted. Oh. Unless this is just like a mini game for the work juice was from God, the Tranquility, right? There are locks. But the ones afterwards have voice acting, and it's just oh no, that's the wrong thing. That's the mini quests. Oh, is this the last one? But Arzon. Oh, no, it continues on from here, I guess. The Wanderer. Okay, then. I'm a little confused. That's alright. Made it short to medium, maybe we just do it anyway. Unlike talking about squirks. Where do I get squirks? Sorceress Garden, that's what it is, not Garden of Tranquility. That's a different thing. There's a sorceress near the southeastern edge of Alcarid who grows them. She used to be a friend of Alcarid. There was a falling out. What happened? That is a story for another time. Oh, of course it is. However, now she won't give us any more fruit. So all I have to do is ask her for some fruit for her. I doubt it'll be that easy. She's not renowned for her generosity and is very selective about her garden's location. Oh, come on, it should be easy enough to find. Well hidden, I believe it must be by magical means. Oh, hang on. One of the other Gims has messaged me. Why is the NZ server significantly lower ping than Oz servers? I don't know. It also constantly recommends that before Oz ones. Alright, this should be an interesting task. How many squirks do you want? You're for as many as you can get your hand on, but could you please squeeze the fruit into a glass first? Oh my god. This motherfucker, he said NZ servers significantly lower ping. And he's like, yeah, it's like 2 to 4 ping lower. Bruh. Why can't you get the squirks yourself? I mean, he's probably a busy man. There's an incident between her and the city. Now she won't give us the fruit from it. Oh, it's just that again. What would you like to know? How should I squeeze the fruit? Use a pestle and mortar to squeeze the squirks. Make sure you have an empty glass with you to collect the juice. Okay, where do I get a glass? What's so good about squirk juice then? Sweet nectar makes light fingers lighter. Fleet feet flightier. Comes in 4 different colors for those who are easily amused. Okay, so that means it will boost thieving and agility, I guess. Have addictive properties with it. It holds power over those with poor self-control, something which I have abundance of. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm probably just gonna have to do the Sorcerer's Garden stuff. That's fine. I believe that was in like an oasis nearby in the past. Not that, that was the Duel Arena. Like, yeah, where the fuck would it be? I could have sworn it was like where that abbey is. Oh, Garden of Carid? No, that's a herb patch. Maybe I should just look at the thing. The Jack of Spades. Brother, what? Yes, I'm on View Journal. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking thing. Is this even a quest? No, I've just baited myself. Alright, let's go talk to the Emir. Actually, I'm gonna grab a drink first. Alrighty. Let's get to this. It said short to medium.
It is good to see you again.
I know 2 hours of I have to walk the dog anyway.
Friend of Alcarid.
Okay, yeah, so it really isn't voice acted. There has been a new development with Menefos, and I humbly request your services once more. Will you accept? Oh. What's the development? How can I help? We have received a communication from the Pharaoh of Menefos. Do they want something? Have they declared war again? No, quite the opposite, in fact. In the interest of maintaining peace, they wish to reopen trade between our cities. Okay. To that end, they have invited me to send an envoy to negotiate a deal. Oh, is this like, what's his name? Alibaba's shop or whatever? In Old School? Clearly, this is just another ruse. We cannot trust them at their word. Probably. Nor can we ignore the opportunity for lasting peace, indeed. I've already tasked Hassan with the responsibility. I wouldn't trust that dude. He's fucking useless. I'm honored to serve him here. Yeah, you're useless. Where do I come into it? I can't well represent Al-Kharid. That is precisely why. You have proven yourself capable and trustworthy. I can think of no better person to act as a mediator. In point of fact, the Pharaoh named you specifically for this task. He has heard of your efforts in rescuing me and disposing of rogue elements in his army. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rogue elements. He's probably the one who sent them in the first place. You were not there, Osman. My captors spoke not of the Pharaoh, other than when mocking him. It is clear to me that the plan was a mascot alone. Fair. Still, this is a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence from within the city. Ooh, yeah, hopefully I can go in the city and hopefully I get pyramid plunder. There was a chest in the necromancer place. It's 112 thieving. And yes, I am that acoustic that I will try and get that. No, the Pharaoh has extended a hand of cooperation and friendship, and we must do the same. If we betray his goodwill, then peace shall most definitely end. However, I am not naive. Hassan can play the role of a diplomat, but we must still be cautious. Group Iron Man Genesis, I am counting on you to ensure Hassan's safety. Oh, I don't... This guy's useless, though. So, should you see anything worthy to report to... worth reporting to Osman, do so. Just do not act as his spy. I have a feeling Osman's going to try and talk me into being his spy, isn't he? Will you accept? Yes. Then we shall start making preparations for the trip immediately. I shall send our reply to the Pharaoh to expect us shortly. Cool. I shall bring GI Genesis up to speed with the current state of affairs in Menefos. Very good. Meet me upstairs. On the southeast balcony, yes. Then after Osman has briefed you, I shall await you on the roof. Yeah, he's gonna fucking try and turn me into his puppet, isn't he? And my dumbass is gonna just agree. Did I say anything about combat? Combat none, okay. Hello, sir, how would you like to manipulate me? Yeah, see, exactly. You're gonna ask me to spy for you, aren't you? I admit having an agent in Menefos, free to come and go as they please, would be valuable. But no, the Emir said you were not a spy, so you were not a spy. Yes, how are you going to twist this? Besides, I already have agents in place there. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Don't believe him. That being said, be aware of your surroundings and situation. You never know when you might see or hear something noteworthy that is worth reporting back to me. Just don't take any risks. Peace between Al-Kharid and Menefos is paramount. To that end, do you have any questions? Tell me about Menefos. It's the largest settlement in the Kharidian desert. Historically, it was the site Tumikin and Alidnus chose to rule from. However, the city itself has only existed since after Tumikin's sacrifice, starting out as a refugee camp. Okay. More and more people flocked there to get as far away from the front lines of war, long ago war. Over time, people made it their home. Originally, Sophanim and Menefos were one city, but at some point in history, it was decided to separate the two. Sophanim came into being as the city of the dead, where the religious folk resided. Death is something of an industry there. That's weird. Menefos, in contrast, became a vibrant city full of life. Its wealth grew off the back of trade, particularly with the Wishanko Islands to the east. Over the years, many pharaohs used this connection to import exotic flora and fauna, cheap labor to build their ever more opulent buildings, and larger pyramids. Okay. He is a charlatan. Well, that's a good start. His mother was pharaoh before him. She was a militant and petty ruler. They are both on a bloodline that usurped Osmanton, the last of the chosen of Chumikin, the rightful rulers of Menethos. In contrast, her son, the current pharaoh, started out as just a just and kind ruler, righting many of the sins of his mother. It has only been within the last decade or so that this has seemingly changed. He's probably under the possession of Mascot, I guess. He withdrew support for the other desert settlements, cut off trade agreements with Al-Qaeda, and closed the city gates. Not soon after, he declared war on us. If he's even alive, what if he's probably just like a puppet or something? Like he's just like, I don't know if you've seen Bleach, but like Aizen takes over Central 46, which is like the governing body, and there's no one actually there except him and his two minions. And they just pretend that they're giving the Central 46 is still giving orders. With recent events, Emir Shah's death, the prince's kidnapping, it appears to me that his intent was to claim ownership of the Kuredib. But Emir Ali fully suspects a massacre in that regard. That just suggests to me that they are working together, though I have no proof of such. Or she's just controlling him. One of them. If you should ever meet with the pharaoh in person, be very wary. There is no telling what he might be capable of doing. Okay. And what about the agents? No, the less you know, the better. That way, if you get tortured, you have no information to give up. Next question. Thanks. Lovely. Menethos is a militaristic city. Its walls are well defended, as is the Grand Palace. Be careful not to get on the wrong side of any guards while you're there. No doubt they'll be watching you like hawks from the moment you arrive. Every action you take will be under their scrutiny. Do not dare to undertake any of our more covert activities within the walls. Doing so could put everything at jeopardy. Alright, look. If pyramid plunder is there, I'm plundering some fucking pyramids, alright? The people of Menethos revere Chumikin and Elidnus above all other desert gods. That being said, you will still find some who follow the teachings of the lesser gods among its citizens. The pharaoh, however, has become increasingly secular over the years, if my reports are to be believed. Also, should you get the opportunity to visit the Grand Library, there is something I would like you to look for. Here it is! Here it is! Nothing that should get you into trouble, just any books you find tracing the succession of the city's pharaohs. Yeah, that's not going to get me in trouble at all. Dick. Good, then go and talk to son on the... Oh, go to that idiot. And prepare for your trip to Menethos. That's like meet him on the roof. Did I read that right? He's also on the palace roof. What is with these guys on roofs? What was that loud bang? Oh, lovely. Are they about to be attacked? Finish your briefing with Osman. You should learn as much as possible about Menethos before we venture there. Also, in hindsight, who the fuck builds a vault with windows like this? Brother, this whole place is kind of stupid. Have you finished your briefing with Osman? You should learn as much as possible about Menethos before we venture there. Yes. Excellent. Well, I've sent off the messenger Parrot. The pharaoh should know we're on our way. Okay. All that's left for me is to run you through the magic carpet flight safety protocols. Oh, God. Meanwhile, in the Menethos throne room, we have received their reply, Pharaoh. The delegation from Al-Qarid shall be arriving shortly. Prepare to accept them. Ensure they are treated well. Of course, it is vital that the next step of my lady's plans run smoothly. Oh, shit. Has your benefactor made any progress? If the treasures... Yeah, what is with this treasure? If the treasures do not keep arriving, then I may have to rethink this little arrangement of ours. Worry not, Pharaoh. There is no end of trinkets buried beneath our fair city. Good. They shall all be mine. They are of no use to the dead. Pyramid plunder. That being said, my benefactor's goal still eludes her. This is why we have stipulated that you invite G.I. Genesis within our gates. He has something of a reputation for getting the job done, as it were. I am taking a big risk inviting outsiders into Menaphos. This had better be worth it. The city is rife with problems, the civil unrest, the accursed Jack of Spades, usurpers everywhere. I shall not have it. I am confident you can subdue just 2 more citizens, Pharaoh, and you are being well compensated. Nevertheless, I shall have them both watched from the moment they set foot through the gate. So I'm getting distracted by the fact that his skin's blue. Is that skin? No, it's not. That's just part of a mask. Just wrapped all around his neck. So that's his ear there, I guess. If they stir up any more unrest, I will have to take measures. Our deal will be damned. No one shall defy my rule. No one. Of course, Pharaoh. Then I shall leave you to your rule and prepare to greet our new guests. So you're ready to set off? We shall be traveling in style as befits a royal envoy. You need both hands free for balance. I mean, I can drop that. Yes, let's go. What the fuck? We get our own ones? Lead on, G.I. Genesis. Menaphos is directly south, but I wouldn't mind a slight sightseeing on the way, should you wish. Yo! What the fuck? We get to control our own carpet? Oh, this is sick. City doesn't mind, right? What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? Minigame. There's nothing mini about that. What is that? That water looks really nice. Right, can we go over the bridge? Go like that. Sneaky, sneaky. No. Alright. Screw you, guy. You lied to me. I wanted to go on more of a detour. Well, actually, what's up here? Because you can't see that. You can't go up on here. I don't think in OSRS from memory. What? What did I just do? Oh, let's also look to see if there's no dungeon here for this desert treasure quest. The smoke dungeon. I remember I saw this when I was running there yesterday. Oh, such a lovely day. Shut up. You're useless. Man, I'm confused. So they have the desert treasure pyramid. But not the... Unless this is pyramid plunder now. Also, I was looking at this. I'm curious about that. Kelphite King. We don't have that in OSRS. It is said to be a dark and dangerous place. Granite mine area and sand mine or whatever. I wonder if you can like tick manipulate the mining in this. Such a lovely... Shut up! Oh, we're going down. Right outside the north gate. I believe this is the north gate. What the hell? What the... We go over here? Oh. Well, that was an interesting journey, but we've arrived safe and sound. For the real dangers that we found inside Menefos. Not wrong. Don't be such a pessimist. I'm sure the Pharaoh's intentions are good. You'll see. This guy is useless. It sounds like the gates are being opened. Pyramid plunder, pyramid plunder, pyramid plunder. Yeah, this place is pretty. There's the blue man. I'll show you a little blue man group. I'm sure some old people get that reference. That's a cool intro. Grand Vizier Hassan. Geogenesis, I humbly welcome you both to the fair city of Menefos. Ambassador Dickett. It is good to see you again. Will the Pharaoh be gracing us with his presence? Not today, I'm afraid. He is busy tending to other matters, like jerking off to his gold. He has tasked me with making sure our new guests have a safe, comfortable, and pleasant stay. Very good, Ambassador. You said safe. There's been some civil unrest among the workers of late. Nothing to be concerned about. I thought they were coming to back these guys up, and I was like, what the fuck? Also, a scoundrel known as the Jack of Spades has been terrorizing the city the past week. However, our guards have been informed of your visit and shall ensure you come to no harm. We have also arranged a residence for both of you within the merchant district, nearby your counterpart. I wonder if this is where the, I saw in the thieving thing, there's pompous merchants or something. And if I mark it here, maybe not. In fact, we should make our way there now and introduce you to Grand Vizier. Are they trolling me? Hassan and Ehsan? Is that why it's not voice acted? So they make me say this dumb shit? Marketeers. Silk stalls. Ooh, stuff to steal. I mean, stuff to buy. Yes. Retrieve. Redeem code. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuckity fuck? Allow me to introduce you. She has graciously agreed to grant you use of these living quarters for the duration of your stay. Nice, I've got a little house. It's very good to finally meet you both. I look forward to working towards a mutually beneficial agreement. Ooh, I wonder if construction actually is a lot nicer in this. Like, how much they've expanded on that and how pretty you can make your house look. And us, we thank you for your hospitality. Ehsan shall keep me apprised of all developments, which I shall relay to the Pharaoh. Do feel free to send your own communications back to Emir Ali. The guards have also been informed to allow you free passage in and out of the city, albeit not via Sophonim. Their plague requires they be isolated from us. Now I shall take my leave. The Pharaoh awaits today's report on the Jack of... Him. Speak of the Devourer. Hello, Jack. Guards. The Jack is here. Quick. He's stealing from me. Well, this is unfortunate. Perhaps GI Genesis can lend assistance. Yes, please, of course. Chase down that menace. By all means, go ahead and search for the Jack of Spades. Check with the guards to see where he was last spotted. However, I must attend to the Pharaoh. Alright. Why are all three of you looking at me like I'm lunch? First, let me check out these quarters. What do you got for us? Wait, can I not go upstairs? Huh. What the fuck? Why let me upstairs? This is a prison. I see a red dot. What is the red dot? Am I tripping? Oh, the red dot's in the next room. Gabarite crystal. Interesting. Alright, guards. Last seen heading into the ports direct to the south. Admiral Wadad might have some information on him. You'll probably find him in the Golden Scarab Inn. Okay, let's look for a pub. Alright. Golden Scarab Inn. Near the docks? Okay. I don't know how to turn off those hints. I tried to earlier, but... Let's try hint. Receive small tutorials and tips while playing. Let's just turn that off. Anyway. But I don't think that is what does it. Yeah, it still shows up. Activities? Turn off each thing. No, none of them do it. Okay. I swear I saw it on mobile. The mobile interface is so much better than this shit. Oh, whatever. We know where it is already. Yo, what is this? How do I get to the place? Oh, up here. The leaving icon. I like that. Oh, maybe Pyramid Plunder would have a minigame icon. What's that? Minigame. I don't see a minigame thing here, so maybe it has moved. Because it used to be like right here. Wait, no. That should be Pyramid Plunder. Yeah, that's Pyramid Plunder. Fuck, I need to get in Sophanum because it has the 4 entrances. And then you got to find the one where the mummy actually is to start it, and it's he changes position every like 10 minutes or whatever. Alright, so we've got to figure out how to do the quest for Sophanum at some point. $36 necromancy. Alright. The fuck is that? Poke Roger? I don't think I want to poke Roger. I think Roger will gore me to death. Holy shit. Hello, Roger. What the hell is that icon? That's a spinning wheel. That. Oh, a loom. Okay. And you might pay me a visit. What? Not yet, but I know you. My captains informed me of your arrival. And what an eventful time you're already having here. What? I am Admiral Wadad. Commander of the largest fleet of ships sailing out of Menethos. There's very little that happens in Menethos which I am not aware of. Well, that's good. I'm hunting for someone known as the Jack of Spades. He stole something from Grand Vizier Assan's. Assan, do you know where he is? The true identity of Jack, that much I don't know. But I know a thing or two else. What's this information worth to you? Oh, you dick. Yeah, get him, Jack. Probably about as much as this is worth to you, Admiral. Yeah, get him, Jack. Stop him, he's stealing my prize trinket. It's one of a kind. Too bad. Jack of Spades steals prize trinket and darts away before anyone can react. If you can return it to me, I will, I'll just owe you one, okay? Can you give me a hint on where I might find this Jack of Spades character? Look, the guards barely lift a finger without order from the Pharaoh, but that doesn't mean they don't see things. Go ask one of them. I did just ask one of them and they told me to come here. All I do know about the Jack of Spades is that he's rarely spotted in the Ports District. If he were hiding out here, I'd know it. Okay, so he's not in the Ports District, is what he's saying. Let's go ask a guard. Oh, it's fishing. This place is so pretty. And if I guard. Was last seen heading into the Imperial District. You should talk to Commander Akmon outside the Grand Pyramid. Head west up the stairs from the Lodestone. Okay, so up here. God damn, this place is gorgeous. Why does it say Imperial in his thing? I presume? Does everyone here know who I am? Well, I am the leader of the Menifite Guards. Commander Akhomet. I was informed about your arrival and ordered to have my guards keep an eye on you. For your own safety, of course. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, of course. In fact, your guards have been sort of helping me track down the Jack of Spades. Can you help? You certainly don't waste time meddling, do you? My report on you is no exaggeration. Catching that troublemaker is my job, not yours. I have a feeling you're about to see him. It seems a little unfair. I'm only trying to help. He's already stolen things from blah, 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 and blah, blah. He was seen headed this way. Well, we haven't seen him recently, so out of luck. Oh, yeah? Right on cue. Who would have guessed? He's here, arrest him. Well, you're too slow. Swipes ceremonial dagger and runs off. Right on complaint. You incompetent idiots. I will not be made a fool like this. I mean, you're also the incompetent idiot. Idiot. Perhaps an outsider can succeed where your guards have failed. Commander. I mean, with your blessing, of course. Fine, that dagger means a lot to me. If you can return it, perhaps there are other duties you could aid me in. Is there anything you can tell me about this Jack of Spades to help track him down? Only that the Imperial District is crawling with guards and is regularly searched. His hideout won't be there. Okay, so he's in the merchants. Or the workers. All reports so far suggest he has a base of operations in the worker district, but we've so far been unable to discover it. You should talk to Batal. He's lived there longer than anyone. Just don't expect a warm welcome. Okay. Where's the workers district? North. The northwest part of the city. I got it. Man, I want to live here. Well, that's probably humid all the fucking time. What's this? 15 tombs, travel. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuckity fuck. Interesting. Hello, Batal. Oh, no wonder he's not going to be happy. Look at him. He's got a fucking hook for a hand. He's missing. Is he missing his other arm, or is he holding everything up? Oh, he's holding everything else up. He's got a hook for a hand, and he's got all this shit on his back. Must have a bird on his head. How do you know I'm an outsider? Does everyone in the city know who I am? Why? Are you famous, or maybe just egotistical? No, that's Ozan. Of course I don't know who you are, but you dress and smell like an outsider. You certainly haven't done a day's work in your life. Real work, that is. Like we're made to do. If you think that, then you really don't know me. Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm chasing after Jack of Spades. Have you seen him? He'll be in the district somewhere. I think he's a man of the people, always dishing out his loot to us workers. Oh, so he's not all bad then. Oh, sure, he's great. It's not like that gives the guards even more excuses to oppress us, raid our district, and take even more of what little we don't have. And they certainly don't drag us off to interrogate us about where he's holed up. If I knew, I'd tell Akamet, and then good riddance to him. I have no interest in talking to some outsider, though. I'm pretty sure he's talking a bunch. Are you about to rob the old dude? Pilfers a small purse of coins. Mace, you realize he's even there in this business. What a dick! And how does stealing from me help you, Vulture? Maybe it's all bad. Alright, fine, go on, track him down, bring my meager fortune back. It's not like I can lend much of a hand. Get it. And if I had to guess, the Jack has an underground hideout. You should search below the city. Okay. Oh, I go back in here. Each of the districts has an entrance to the tombs below. The one in the district is just over here. Oh, I actually just took that. Whoa. That's all it took. Got him cornered. He can go in any fucking direction. What do you mean got him cornered? You won't be turning me in. Okay, so violence it is. I gave you a chance. Is that any way to speak to a friend? Is this Ozam? Never mind, you've been stealing from almost everyone I've met in Menifos so far. You're nothing but a common thief. Hurting my feelings. There's nothing common about me at all. Oh, okay, it is him. Fuck's sake. God damn it. What are you doing here? How did you get into the city? Why did you steal from all those people? Whoa, one question at a time. Who do you think you're talking to? Brother. But I've only been able to get an invitation. Those walls and gates seem otherwise impenetrable. Well, not for me. Hey, look, it's a long story involving bribery, a wig, and a pink skirt, and a snake charmer's flute. I think they're all references to the older versions of the quests. Because the wig and stuff and the pink skirt is Prince Ali Rescue, which these replaced. And then the snake charm might be Prince Ali as well, but it's definitely a part of one of the quests. I didn't know you were musical. Let's pretend I played it, not something else. More embarrassing. What the fuck? I've felt bad ever since our run-in with a mascot. I've been on the trail of the Karidib ever since, and I've tracked it as far as Menifos. Apep and Heru weren't just thugs for hire. Unlike Noom's skulls, they were Menophites. High-ranking ones at that. They were piss weak. And, well, since arriving here, I've been gathering all the information I can about it. I think a mascot is here somewhere. A mascot is here in the city? Not exactly. There's been a lot of activity below it since, well, before I arrived. Groups of workers and guards disappearing beneath the Grand Pyramid and not being seen again. Okay, that is weird. I've set up this little hideout just out of the way, but I've been down there. They're digging up old tombs, searching for I don't know what, pyramid plunder? But it's definitely her behind it. Most of the people I've seen are enthralled. She's controlling them. What's down there? I'll leave you to find out for yourself. Maybe we can discover whatever it is a mascot is looking for before she does. Or perhaps there'll be an opportunity for one of us to steal back the Karadib, return to Prince Ali. He's the Emir now. Oh, right, of course, I forgot. Yeah, why steal from the old dude? That was for your benefit. I knew it would get your attention and lead you here so we could chat in private. It was also to introduce you to the worst that Menifos has to offer. There's deep corruption at work here, and an unnatural one at that. She seems friendly on the surface, but she trades in rumor and gossip. That tax book of hers is really a ledger of everyone she has dirt on. Okay, she blackmails the merchants Menifos and has extorted her way into a position of power. Okay, so she's just a standard politician. She seems pleasant enough. Hassan's the one who'll mostly be dealing with her. Yeah, he's an idiot. You should warn him to be careful around her, lest the deal between Menethos and Alcarid ends up one-sided. Next up is the so-called Admiral Wadud. He's nothing but a greedy thug. Any openly criminal activity in the city, aside from my own, of course, is down to him. Okay. He started out as a Skulls pirate, but he was too greedy even for them. When he left, he stole a small fleet of ships and crews from them and set up in Menethos. He used to run with the Skulls, Noom's gang. About that, you should know I've been visiting Noom. He's repentant and has been providing me with information of late. Perhaps he could help us deal. Oh, yeah, of course. Then there's Commander Akromet. By all accounts, she used to be a great leader of the Guard, but when the war started, she became nothing but a yes woman. She's become weak-willed, hiding behind the Pharaoh's ever unreasonable orders, bullying her soldiers. Okay, but surely that worker isn't a villain. Batam, he's the one that makes me saddest. He used to be a hero among the workers here, fighting for workers' rights, helping the sick and infirm. A couple of years ago, he led a protest against the workers being sent to work here beneath the Grand Pyramid. In response, the pyramid had his hands taken as an example to the others. Ever since, he's been a broken man, more of a collaborator than a friend to his fellow workers. If only he could be built back up again. Okay. I can't well turn you in unless kind of... I'd rather you didn't, friend. My work here is far from done. We need to work together again. This isn't a short to medium quest. What the fuck are they on about? Here, take the items I stole and return them. If I'm right, it should go some way to gaining favor with these. Why would I want to gain favor with them? You're an outsider, and worse than that, you're considered an ally of Alcarid. The people I stole from wield great influence and power in Menethos. If you can get them on your side, even a little, it can only help our cause. The Pharaoh has become a cruel and oppressive leader. The people don't want him around anymore, but none of them are willing to do anything about it. You should know I'm under orders from Emir Ali and Osman not to act as a spy here. Yeah, we knew that wasn't kind of... Brother. Really? Even Osman said that? Wow, look, I'm not saying you should spy, just do what comes naturally to you. Help them out and gain their friendship and trust, just keep your moral compass, and don't try anything I wouldn't do. Actually, scratch that. Don't do things I would do either. Here's everything I took. You have it to return. Once you're done returning these, talk to Hassan. Then come back and visit me here. Okay. That seems easy enough. Ledger coin purse, yep. Oh, I just got reputation or something. 1,000 reputation. I just saw that very briefly. I guess I do get to eat tonight after all. What was that about? Interesting. Oh, you have reached 1 reputation with the worker district. Interesting. Wait, did I hit the shiny diamond? Maybe it was just the music. No, I just heard it again. I'm being fucking trolled, aren't I? I've been able to recover your textbook. Unfortunately, I was unable to apprehend him. Okay, so I'm going to be level 1 rep with them. Probably should have taken the underground pyramid thingy. transport. Okay, Matt, here is your dagger. The Jack of Spades stolen. Unfortunately, still alive. Okay, Imperial District. Alright, let's go to this thing to make it. Oh, these are different trees. What's this? What the fuck is that? What was that obelisk? Yeah, the Jack of Spades got away though. Easy. You have unlocked the Menefos Grand Exchange. I guess don't worry about the Jack. I'll hunt him down myself. Go and see Hassan now. What's this thieving thing? I think these thieving things are probably like chests or whatever, because I remember seeing 3 at that place where they were like level 112. Yo, what the fuck is this? Is it a chest? Oh, it's a safe in this case. Level 69. The funny number. No, don't just enter. Go to merchant. What was I going to? Yeah, merchant. I'm going to Hassan. Oh, that is wonderful news. You've already making a name for yourself. You should continue to help them out as much as possible. Don't forget over here there. Don't you worry, my little bird. I'll take good care of Hassan here. This is my forte. Yeah, you're an idiot. I shall start negotiations on the new trade deal. I'll let you know if I need your assistance. Oh, that's just it. Access to Menefos, including district reputation and shipping clearance. What? I got dungeoneering from that? Interesting. What, that's it for the Ozen one so far? Access. This is a 5th age quest and takes place in the past. Oh. That was 2017. Oh, that's a mini. Oh, wait, wrong things. 2017. When was this? Quest overview. Oh, it replaced. Oh, in 2012 it was replaced. Huh. Instead of series, should I now maybe swapped to start location and then go desert or whatever? Oh, no, not the start location. What was it? Pathfinder. No. Oh, no, wait, no, it was series and there was the desert section, right? None. Nope. Am I just tripping? Wait, it's because they're all locked, isn't it? Yeah, desert. So maybe I should try and knock these out eventually. Okay. Oh, this is up here. What's this one? Menefos Imperial. Okay. Oh. Talk to assistant. You can help me. I work at the Grand Library. We've lost some of our records recently. Lost them. Clamping down on almost everyone recently. They confiscated a lot of collections in the library. Jack is asking if you are okay. He's not used to you questing. Our prize collection of Iridian insects, both old and new. The old preserved in amber. Oh my god, I don't think I care. Pickpocket these guys. 46, okay. Trade gem. Nothing. Steal from that silk stall. A lamp trader. Steal from lamp stall. What? Oh my god, I don't care. $46. God damn it. I'm just below. What do we got here? Alright, you. I saw one of you earlier, yeah. Yeah, what's this? Retrieve. Huh? Gnome ball astronaut. I mean, no. Astromancer. What the fuck is this shit? Holiday weapon. Oh, this is Django. Wait, what? You're not Django. Why are you lying to me? Celebration gain. Okay, April Fool's. The Rock title. The Unbelievable. The Fool. You know we have to get that. Options, customization, titles. Hell yeah. Broken shop. What? Oh, auras. My points, 3,500. All unlocked. Tier 1, Tier 2 unlocked. Wait, they're all just unlocked? Chance to catch an extra fish. Legendary fingers. This aura continues to run while you're logged out. Prevents. Okay, yep. Enrichment. You're obtaining an enriched memory. I don't know what the fuck that is. Mining. Alright, where is the thieving one? Increase your thieving chance. Give me this. Unlock. Why can't I choose it? Oh god, they went to the fucking website. No, get lost. Oh god. Is this some shit they're getting rid of or whatever? Buy. These are unlocked. Give me the fucking thieving shit, would you? Loyalty points. What the fuck is this shit? Tier 1. Oh, they cost more points than I have anyway. But the tier 1. Tier 5. What are they worth? 120 that? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. I ain't playing your game. I ain't about that life. Okay. For more quests here. How do I get into Sophanum? What's this? Mirrors. Folly. Is it Ichlerin's Little Helper? Dealing with the scarabs. Ichlerin's Little Helper you need to do to get to this and contact. It's probably Ichlerin's Little Helper. I need to do Gertrude's cat. Do you need to do Gertrude's cat? Barrow or... It's throwing this little help on Gertrude's cat. Show me this. Alright, this one hasn't been updated at all. Medium length. Not sure what to do. Let's have a look at this chest or whatever in here, this thieving thing. Is it in this? No, it's in that building. Merchant's chest. Oh, this is safe. What level is this? 69. Okay, so they're both 69. No. Wow, my guy hates beggars. He just ran the other way. What a dick. Oh, they're the Grand Exchange peoples. Don't pull that. Wait, is there a way to... When withdrawing all items... Okay, that's what I want. So I have placeholders at all times. Cool. Now I can move that. No, don't swap them. Move them. Alright, let's have a look. I didn't really check out the workers district. Let's go have a look in there properly. Wait, there's a clothes shop. Have a look at the clothes shop. Change shoes. Really? That's all this is? Wait, is that all he said? I don't feel comfortable helping you try on shoes when you're wielding something. Oh, he's literally just... Okay, so that's just changing your shoes. Is this another safe just here? Yes. Is it the same difficulty? Yes. What do we got down here? Pottery wheel. Oh, oven. Clay. Mineral deposit. What the fuck's a mineral? Clay. Menaphos sandstone. Level requirement. Hit points hard. What the? Okay, I haven't done mining in this game, so this is that's different. Interesting. Smelt. Deposit all into metal. I haven't done that either. Add logs to fire pit. Figure, what's this? Brood on a bonfire. If I add logs, is that gonna boost my reputation? Is that something I can do here? Wait, maybe this guy will tell me what I can do to boost reputation here. How did you become a leader? It's less about being a leader and more about my brothers and sisters needing someone to follow. How so? Why did they pick you? Maybe at one point they thought I could accomplish something, and believe me, I wanted to. But the truth is that we are bound together by shackles we simply cannot open through our own efforts. Fuck, you're the optimist, aren't you? To the workers, I am someone who wants change, who can empathize with their suffering, and who has danced to the beat of the same drum they are made to march to. To the Pharaoh and the Imperials, I represent exactly what they want from their vassals: resignation, impotence, and obedience. We are dependent on them for our basic ability to function as Menophites, okay? To answer your question, I am a leader because my life is compromised. The only reason I still breathe is to keep my people together, because The only person who understands what it's like to be a worker is a worker. At the end of the day, understanding is all we can hope for. Yeah, you didn't tell me shit about what I was hoping for. That's fine though. Oh my god, I keep hearing the diamond sound. That is a big ass door. Can I go through that? Be more careless another day. Interesting. Is it just this shit, like, when it gets a special thing that it's doing the sound? What? I have no idea. Alright, let's go to... Actually, you know what? I might call it, because I have no idea what I feel like doing. And I've got to hop off at an hour anyway. Yeah, I'll figure out what I want to do. Bye. But no, I'll probably be back on tomorrow, doing the same thing. We shall see. And then on Saturday and Sunday, I'll actually be on voice. I might actually have chat open and do something different. But yeah, for now, goodbye.